What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, July 10th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will look at the defensive side of the football for Phil Steele's position unit rankings in the SEC. How does the Longhorn defense stack up against the other 15 teams in the conference? Plus, some great news for Texas baseball. 3 pitchers announcing that they are foregoing the MLB draft to return to Austin for another season. We've got the latest with Longhorn recruiting, some big questions facing Texas in 2025 as well. Some cleanup in Big 12 media days in Frisco, little NBA conversation, and a bad fight in Frisco that went viral. A bunch of women getting after it. We got the video for the people as our TBT Thursday vid. A lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. Hope everyone's having a great start to their day. Appreciate y'all starting your morning off with us. A buck on to you, my friend. How are you today?
I am fabulous, man. What a beautiful morning this morning. A little cool this morning, but very nice and pleasant, and ready to get on with it, brother. Ready to crank it up. Looking at some of these, Big 12 teams, after Big 12 media. Today will probably end most of that anyway, right? Thursday's about the end of it. Yesterday was the end. They just went to Wednesday, huh?
2-day event, Tuesday and Wednesday. You had 8 teams on day 1 and 8 teams on day 2, and that's it.
Yeah, they figure, hey, we're not in Vegas. Let's get the hell out of. Let's. There's no reason to stick around.
You know what they figured? They're the Big 12, and nobody gives a crap.
Yeah, that's what. Let's not spend any more money. Why waste another day here? We need to
Nobody
get out
cares
of here.
about us.
Some money.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody cares about us anyways.
Yeah, nobody cares. You're right about that. I mean, I'm starting to look at SEC teams and schedules and how I think they're going to end up, what the season is going to end up. And man, dude, there are some hot seats, and there are some games early that can screw up, that can make it really hot early in the season. You know what I mean? Geez.
Oh, yeah. I'll give the SEC some credit. Look, there are plenty of cupcake non-conference games on the league schedule this year, but it feels like most teams in the league scheduled at least one pretty challenging non-conference game. There are a few teams. Hell, you and I were talking about Arkansas right before we got on the air. I mean,
Yeah.
Arkansas's got at Memphis and then home Notre Dame back-to-back in their non-con slate. So there are some SEC teams.
Yeah, they got to stretch. I mean, there's your Florida Gators starting out the season against Long Island Community College, which is like, come on, guys.
Hey, you're right, but Florida does have to play at Miami this year. They've got their annual rivalry game against Florida State. Now, I know Florida State was awful last year, but yeah, I mean, like,
look at Florida's away games, BK. Holy, my God.
I was going to say, Florida deserves Long Island in week 1 because, I mean, last year they had the toughest schedule in college football. This year, it's right up there amongst the toughest once again. So I got no problem with them getting a freebie against whatever Long Island's mascot is to open up the year, because after that, it gets pretty tough for them.
Or they go to Aggie Land, they go to Miami, they go to LSU, they go to no, they're at home against Georgia. They go to Ole Miss. Yeah, that is not fun.
Well, the Georgia game's always a neutral cider, so that's in Jacksonville every year. So I mean, they're usually not winning that one these days.
No.
Georgia's owned that rivalry over the last decade or so. But, yeah, I mean, there's some tough schedules. And Florida and Arkansas, those are 2 teams with coaches on hot seats going into the year. So even though this conference is pretty unforgiving, and, again, even though there are some tough non-con games for both of those teams, those coaches got to find ways to win some. Otherwise, they'll be somewhere else next year.
And there's no doubt. I mean, a team like Auburn is right out of the gate. They've got to play at Baylor. 2 coaches that are like in game 1, like fighting for their lives to win that first game. Like they got to have it,
I'm really excited about that game. I think that's a Friday nighter too, the day before Texas plays at Ohio State, and all the other big week 1 games happen. think that's a Friday night affair in Waco. Auburn
Yeah.
at Baylor. That's a big one for both teams, but a much bigger one for Hugh Freeze and Auburn.
Yeah, but Dave Aranda can't. That's one at home. You got to slide. You got to get that one.
That'd be nice. Yeah, that'd be nice. I think Dave Aranda's seat is a little cooler than Hugh Freeze's right now. But that'd be a big one for Baylor to have. Look, if Baylor loses that game to Auburn, they could still respond and put up a good fight in the Big 12. But
Oh
if
yeah, for sure. Because then they got balls. They got like Ball State, South Alabama.
Well, that's
Then
Auburn.
they got,
If
and they got
Auburn
the
loses that game to Baylor, then it's like, well, how are you going to beat all of the good teams in the SEC?
yeah.
Baylor loses to Auburn, it's like, well, Auburn's an SEC team and they've got some talent and whatever. Your conference isn't that good. Maybe you can go 8-4,
You're right.
9-3 the rest of the way. But Auburn loses that one. It's hard to like, oh, they're gonna beat OU on the road. They're gonna beat
Yeah.
A&M on the road. They're gonna beat Georgia. I think they're
They'll
gonna beat
probably have a hard time with
Alabama.
South Alabama. They probably have a tough time with South Alabama when they lose that game.
They might. They might.
Man. Yeah, the scheduling, like you said, SEC is playing some pretty good teams early
I'll give them some credit. Maybe that's the Texas effect. I don't know. I
because we
mean,
know they won't be playing in week 11 anybody.
No, that's still a hilarious bit, right? I mean, I get a kick like A&M plays Samford and Son the week the
I
week
know.
before they come to Austin to play Texas. So,
They'll be playing
Texas get good.
they'll be playing their third string guys in that game.
No, of course. Of course. Like and Texas does get Arkansas the week before, so the Longhorns don't have the toughest
Yeah, but
opponent in
by
the
that
world.
time, Arkansas will be so distraught. They will be out of it by then.
Maybe. I don't think they're as bad as Samford, but yeah, I think that's one of the more winnable games on Texas's conference slate this year.
Yeah, I like it. I like the stress early in the season for some of these teams. That's awesome. I mean, and everybody's got a little bit of it, including the Longhorns in game one. Talking about stressful games. Those are ones that can really send you in the right way or send you in a direction. Now you're fighting for your life the rest of the season. It may seem like, and
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
those big games are huge. Although you can go 9-3 and be in the SEC and do it. Not too many conferences besides the SEC and the Big Ten are going to let you do that. You're not doing that in the Big 12. We know that.
Well, last year every 9-3 team in the SEC got left out of the playoff. So keep in
Yeah, you're
mind we
right.
still have a 12 teamer this year. I think when we get to 16, you're probably right. You can be 9-3 and still have a shot in the SEC or the Big Ten. But again, we only have 1 year of evidence with the 12-team
Right.
playoff,
And it
so it's
didn't work
hard to
out.
yeah, it's hard to generalize too much, but yeah, I mean, Alabama was 9-3 last year. South Carolina was 9-3 last year. Both of those teams were on the outside looking in when the bracket got revealed. So
Yeah, you're right. You're
you,
absolutely right.
yeah, you got
Good
you
morning.
maybe got 2 mulligans, but
Yeah,
that's it.
that's it. You're right. 2 mulligans. That's it.
Hmm.
That's all you're going to get. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the hard work that you put in. Thank you to your families for sharing you with all of us. We do appreciate it. And do be safe out there.
Let me ask you
And thank you to all
this.
you volunteers, of course, and first responders in our area. And keep those funds coming. The relief efforts, you got extra pants, shirts, whatever you got, socks, they
Yeah.
need it. Got to find a place, got to find a location to get that stuff dumped off. I generally do a bunch of stuff to the homeless folks, and I did a bunch of shorts this summer that, I'm not a short guy, but I buy them for some odd reason because they look nice, and I never wear them because I got these skinny legs. But I've got a bunch of stuff that I've got to get out of here in boxes to some relief effort places, so we can find those relief effort spots to get them to, because those people need clothes too, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Shout out to some of our great partners for the work that they're doing to aid flood victims. I know our friends at Sioux Patrick have been doing a donation drive. I know our friends at Covert Bee Cave have been doing a donation drive. Our friends at Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill, one of our great pre and post game sponsors, today they are donating 100% of their profits to Kerr County flood relief. And there have been a number of restaurants and businesses around the area that have done something like that. I know
Oh,
our
yeah.
friends at Cabo Bob's did that, I think, last Saturday, where they donated 100% of their profits over to flood relief victims as well. So we talked about it. It's a horrible situation. I saw the death toll is now over 110, and there are still some folks who are missing, and it's impossible not to fear the worst for them. But man, it's cool to see how much Central Texas and really the entire state of Texas rallies around itself in times of need. And there have been so many folks, whether they're businesses or just individuals, who have gone out of their way to give their time,
Absolutely.
their money, and their help to some folks who seriously need it right now. So
Yeah, do those simple things. Go through your closet. There's stuff that you haven't worn in years that you just keep staring at, saying maybe next time, maybe next time. Get rid of that. I mean, anything you got. We got tons of hats, ball caps, and stuff. That those people they need it all. They need all the clothing that they can get right now.
yeah,
And the gift cards,
definitely.
keep bringing in those gift cards.
Definitely. No, thank you for saying that. It's worth repeating, no, time and again, 'cause it's scary out there right now, and
Yes.
I would love for it to stop raining. We keep getting rain around here. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm going to give this day. It doesn't look like much is going to happen right here in our area. But boy, by the afternoon, once you get to the afternoon, it starts to cloud up. Like I said, it's like Florida.
Yeah.
Somewhere around us, it rains in the afternoon, and we don't need any of it right now.
I'm like, it's so weird because I'm so accustomed to not even checking the weather this time of the year.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
normally in the summer, it's like I'll maybe check my weather app once a week, and then I get mad at myself. I'm like, why did I check that? It's 100 degrees. It's hot as shit. It's not raining. What's the
no,
point of even looking at this? You know exactly what the weather is going to be. And I can't recall us ever having a summer like this, or it's just the exact opposite of that. It's crazy.
yeah. Once a day. Sometime we get around 4 or 5 o'clock, and it just clouds up, and it just starts to drizzle a little bit. But I look at it now, and I check it out. It's like Florida weather. It's like this, depression that sits right over us right now. So somewhere in our area, they're going to get rain. But we needed it. We didn't need it that fast. We got enough.
Yeah, we don't need it anymore.
No,
We've had enough. We've had
we need to
enough
dry
of
out a
that
little
stuff.
bit.
Yeah. All right. Let me ask you this from a coaching standpoint, talking about, big matchups early in the year. Did you prefer your tough opponents being in week one? Did you prefer, you have a tune up game or two before you really dive into the meat of your schedule?
I like those. I like the tough games in week two because everybody's still kind of struggling. Week one, no, thank you. I always thought that I need a patsy in the week one. I need to go out and thump somebody pretty good and then get in there and tell my players how shitty they are, that you didn't
Yeah.
play anybody. You weren't that good. Here's some of the mistakes that you made. You can't make it against a good team because you'll be playing a good team in week two. I like a patsy in week one, you know,
I do
but
too. I do
you get,
too.
you get yeah, you get two Titans playing each other like Ohio State and Texas in week one. It's just going to come out to who makes the least mistake. That's all it is. Who's going to make the least amount of mistakes? You know, and somebody, once again, it's just like playing in a rivalry game. Somebody that you don't expect is going to have the game of their life. Somebody just comes out of nowhere, and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I don't,
you need your stars to be stars. You can't need your stars can't be scrubs in
for
that kind of
sure.
game. You
For sure.
know,
Yeah. Like, I don't know how much it mattered that Texas played Michigan in week 2 last season. Texas, I thought, was just so much better than Michigan that could
right?
have been a week 1 game, and the result could have been the
Oh no,
exact same.
it would have been the exact same thing. Yes,
But I definitely preferred starting the year with Colorado State. I mean, Texas won that game 52-0. They got to learn some things about their team. Every coach, and you just referenced it, every coach talks about like the biggest in-season improvement a team has is from week 1 to week 2. Because like you've actually seen what your team does in a real game. So all right, like here's what's good, here's what we have to clean up. Like you learned a lot about your team from that week 1 game. So yeah, I mean, I prefer the same thing. Like if you could get a tune-up game against a nobody and then boom, you're playing somebody really, really good. I think that would be my preference.
and
But
I
that's
don't mind.
obviously not what Texas has.
If I'm the winner of week one with a team like Ohio State, I'm feeling really, really good. I can still go over the mistakes and talk about getting better. But I also know that under a stressful game like that, a big time game, who is the guys that you can trust on third down? As situational football, who do you trust? You find that out in week one as a coach. That's the guy I got to trust right there. That's the guy who'll handle the ball without any problems. I'll be trusting that guy from this point on. Doesn't mean he's going to have a great game every game, but if he gets in that first game and it's one of those high-powered games and he performs really well, I'm ready to go for him in the second game, the third game. Yeah, there's going to be a mistake here or there in some other games where he's going to miss an assignment or whatever, but I'm good with it. I just can't have a guy who I'm really trusting just come in and really not be there for you in game one. Guys that you depend on have to be dependable in a big game like that. You can make up for some of the errors when you play bad teams in week one. You can still trust the guy in week two. You just say, he didn't play up to the standards. He just kind of, I don't know, sleepwalk through the game one and still played good enough to win. But if that guy is if he's horrible in week one against a really good team, now I'm nervous.
Well, who are those guys for Texas in week one that you trust? I mean, I think on defense, it's pretty obvious. You've got Ant Hill. You've got
I trust the secondary after what they did last year against Ohio. I mean, I trust that they'll play well, that they'll have a scheme. I don't know. Individuals may not play as well, but they got some pretty good individuals back there in that secondary that, have experience. They should play well. I don't care who the wide receivers are at Ohio State. I don't know who the quarterback is,
Right. What about the offensive side of the football? That's the tougher question. Who are those go-to guys in big spots on third down in the fourth quarter when you haven't seen your team in a game this year? Who are those guys that you think Sark and company can depend on down the stretch?
You and I expect that offensive line to be better in run situations, that they'll be able to run the football.
I don't expect that. I'm hoping for that. Like I can't sit here and tell you I expect Texas to run it really well.
Fix that. I expect them to fix that. I expect that they went into the offseason understanding that they didn't run it when they really had to run it against the teams they have to run the ball against. I think they spent a lot of time wherever they went to look at run game stuff, or when they sat down in meetings, that had to be right at the forefront of what they're going to do. And so far they've found ways to fix the things that they're deficient at. So I expect that they will fix that.
So your go-to unit in week one is the unit that's replacing 4 of 5 starters.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I hope you're right. Don't get me wrong, but you've got more confidence than I do that group is going to be up to snuff against that defense in that building.
Yeah, offensively for me, it's the wide receiver group. I mean, I know they've got some players. I want to see how that works out, because the guys that are no longer with them are Sunday players that go in the first and second round. I don't know. Do they have those kind of guys in that wide receiver room right now? I mean, they got some guys that are capable, but they've got to play that way against the type of teams that they're going to play in the SEC. And I don't know. It may take them 3 or 4 games to get that together, but by the way, they have to get that together in game one.
Right. Yeah. I mean, for me, if I'm answering that question, like who are the go-to guys? Who are the guys that I trust the most in a big spot in Columbus? I think it'd be DeAndre Moore and Trey Wisner, because those are the two players that I think I know the most about, because I've seen the most from them on this Texas offense. I mean, DJ Campbell, we've seen a lot from him. He's a right guard. Like he's not going to be the guy stepping up and making huge plays for you down the stretch. You need some skill guys doing that for you. And I guess that's the hope, right? Like you got a big run play, you got to call. Trey Wisner's the guy. You got a big passing play, you got to call. I think DeAndre Moore is the receiver that you trust, at least the receiver that I trust the most right now, to go out and get open and make you a play.
Well, the quarterback is the guy who's got to execute all this stuff. That guy has to execute like nobody's business. So if he doesn't go well, none of them go well.
That's why it's like I'd prefer playing that game in week 2, because it's like I'll at least know. Even though, if Texas was playing San Jose State in week 1 and Ohio State in week 2, like if they were flip-flopping those first 2 games, it's like, all right, at least I kind of know who the coaching staff trusts, who Arch Manning believes in, even though it's a cupcake opponent and there's not going to be a lot of big moments against a team like that. You still kind of know what they're sensing and what they're thinking and where they want to go. But when your first game is your first game, you've never seen these guys. You've never seen.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State will have a bunch of guys that have played in big games. they lose some guys, but they also have guys that have been around. They know what big games are, you know?
I guess the good news, the saving grace for Texas, is every question that we're having right now about the Longhorns, they're having in Ohio right now about the Buckeyes.
Sure.
And they had more players drafted than Texas did. So, yeah, they still bring a lot back, and a bunch of guys who did play in their national championship run last year. But they've got the same, new quarterback, a bunch of new
Absolutely.
linemen, a bunch of new skill position players. Like,
New runners.
yeah, they've got all of these conversations are being had in the Columbus area right now. So that's good. I mean, it's always the question of, well, would you rather play a team that early in the season while they're still trying to figure it out? Or would you rather maybe figure it out yourselves and then play that team? It's a double-edged sword, but
I like
yeah.
it. I mean, I like it for Texas. I like this game as an opener. That's fine with me. I with the guys that they have and with the experience, like you said, with the defense, I'm going to be I want to be fine with the defense. I'm going to go into that game thinking they're going to be okay. Uh, like you said, I don't want to worry about the offense because that means I have to worry about the quarterback. I don't want to worry about that dude. That's the guy that I don't want to worry about. I want to worry about the guys that are around him. Are they up to snuff and ready to go? Because as I said, he's going to get into situations where he's going to take off, and his athleticism is going to take him an awful long way. He's going to make plays with his feet. I mean, he'll make a lot of plays with his arm, but he's going to make a bunch of plays when things start to break down with his feet. Now, I hope there's occasions where throw it first, run later. But when you're athletic like that and it's there for the taking, generally guys take that, which means you start taking on too many hits or you hit the ground the wrong way. You know, quarterbacks, it's not so much of the punishment of the hit, it's the way you hit the ground sometimes too. Sometimes, as I said, guys don't fall the right way, you know?
Yeah.
So
They got
I just want to know how the guys around him play. And I don't know in that wide receiver room. We'll find out pretty quickly. And plus, we'll hear stuff over the summertime. And like I said, if Moore is healthy, that guy was having a fantastic year.
Right. He was. Yeah. And that's why he's one of the guys that I talked about as kind of being a go-to in a late game,
Sure.
close game situation. Who's a guy that you know enough about to where you feel like you can rely on him. And for me, in that wide receiver room, I feel like DeAndre Moore's that guy.
Yeah. And how does Coach Jackson get Wingo in the position that he needs to be in with his kind of athletic ability? Some of that's going to be on the coaching,
Oh,
he has
sure.
all the athletic ability. I think coaching really is going to help him this year.
Yeah, I think by the end of the year, Ryan Wingo should be this team's number one receiver.
Yes.
Like, I think he's got more natural talent than anybody else in that room.
I would agree.
I don't know if he's ready to go in week one. He did have LASIK surgery in the offseason, so maybe that'll help
That's
his
true.
eyes a little bit. Maybe he'll be seeing the ball a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, I think you got to go all the way back to Notre Dame. The last time Texas opened up a season against a super marquee opponent, unless you want to call Maryland that. Unfortunately, Tom Herman made Maryland look like the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh my God.
In those two games. But you look at the game against Michigan last year, the two games against Alabama, the game against LSU in 2019. Those were all week 2 games that Texas played. So the last blue, Maryland's definitely not a blue blood. The last blue blood type of opponent that Texas opened up a season against was the Notre Dame game. And that was fun. We thought Texas was really good.
Yeah,
After
I would think that 90% of coaches would be like you like it. Give me the patsy early and let me play the hard team the next week when I get rid of some of the mistakes that we made against the patsies,
Yeah. It's,
But they, like you said, this group at Ohio State has the same. The only thing that they have is they have the trophy,
Yeah, they'll be raising a banner.
They're looking at the same situation that Texas is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, hopefully that.
And it's at home, but it's not on a Sunday night, but it's at home.
It's at home. Yeah, it's in Columbus. They'll be raising a banner, and they'll be. I'm sure the trophy will be out there on full display.
No flag planting.
If Texas wins, you don't think
can't bring a flag there? Remember?
Oh, did that rule ever pass? Didn't some state lawmaker try to put that into effect? Did that ever go through?
No, the Longhorn flag won't be stuck in the ground there.
I hope it is. Yeah, I didn't care too much for flag planting until Ohio State cried so much last year after Michigan did it to them. Now it's like, nah, I hope everybody who beats Ohio State in the shoe plants a proverbial flag in the middle of their O logo at midfield.
Nice.
Like
Well,
that's so
I know somebody will be playing a flag there. The Wolverines, except for that game is in Michigan, I believe, this year. Yes.
yeah, that'll be it's gonna be funny. Like when Ohio State wins that game in Ann Arbor, they're gonna plant a flag, and then it's gonna be like, well, didn't you guys bitch and moan last year when they
Oh
did that
yeah.
to you, and now you're doing well, it's like they did it to us, so we can't do it to them. It's like, no, you guys like
Oh,
cried and lost your
Michigan is
mind when that
goofy.
happened.
Michigan's goofy. They'll plant their own flag in their own stadium.
Oh, you're calling for what would it be, 6 straight, 5 straight for
I think
Michigan if they win
6.
this year? You're putting in the call already?
Of course.
You were dead on about that one last year. I thought Ohio State was going to win easily, and you're like, nah, Michigan's got it. And I'm like, you're crazy.
They
I
got
was
it
the
again.
crazy
They
one.
got them again.
It's insane. There's some sort of mental block going on right now between those two teams, and I'm here for it. I don't like Michigan very
Yeah.
much, but
There you go. You're
I
there.
think
You're
I'll
there
take
for
them.
that.
Yeah, I think they haven't beaten Texas recently, so I don't have animosity towards them like I do the Bucks right now. All right, good college football conversation to open up a Thursday show. Send us your buck-ons and buck-offs. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. The live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We've got to dive back into the Phil Steele position unit rankings. Yesterday, we
Nice.
talked about the Texas offense. Today, we will talk about the Texas defense and special teams. But before we hear what Phil Steele has to say, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Let's get on over to Sue Patrick's, folks. 5222 Burnett Road. And heck, if you need to get a T-shirt and you want to put that in the relief fund, do it. Jay's got all kinds of different tees and hats. You name it, they've got it there. And you can pick it all up at 5222 Burnett Road. A wide variety of men's and women's clothing there. Free shipping on online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup and plenty of parking space there at Sue Patrick's. Don't forget the scheduled glasses and T-shirts that are available for you. Make a purchase over $75 of that Longhorn gear, you get a free glass. But hell, pay for them. Buy a dozen glasses. You're going to need them for the season. Might as well buy them. Stick your OLIPOP in those glasses. Stick your Altstadt Beer in those glasses. Those are great. I mean, you ice those down. Those are fantastic glassware. Plus, they got that schedule. If you're a collector of those deals, Jay's got it all there for you. 5222 Burnett Road, Sue Patrick, or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Sue Patrick will be one of our travel partners for SEC
Awesome.
Media Days next week. So shout out to Jay and the gang for supporting TSU's live coverage from the ATL. Also, shout out to our friends at SendTexTickets.com. Hey, we're talking Texas football. It's right around the corner. When you want to attend a game in person this season, there's only one place you need to look for your tickets. That is SendTexTickets.com. Every Texas football game, home and away, you got Texas State on there. They've got UTSA on there. They've got North Texas, Houston, SMU, wherever you are, whatever team you root for, you could find your college football tickets at SendTexTickets.com. Super easy to use. Just log on from your phone or computer. Buy it there. Your tickets will get emailed right to you, and you are ready to go. Don't forget that promo code SendTex10 when you check out. You're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase over at SendTexTickets.com.
And folks, our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Right now, that the heat is on. Now that moisture that we have in the ground, the humidity is rising, and you want to make sure that the air conditioning is working properly. Call on Woods Comfort Systems and their technicians. You don't want your air conditioning to be off whatsoever. 2 degrees, 4 degrees. You want it to be cool in your home. And next week the heat will rise. I mean, we may even this weekend get into the low hundies. So you want to make sure the air conditioning is working properly. You haven't had to crank it up lately, but you're gonna have to start to crank that bad boy up with this humidity. Woods Comfort System, close to 70 years of service in Central Texas. Not only do they do air conditioning, but they do heating and plumbing. And if you're getting ready to prepare yourself to have your home winterized, they can get that done during these summer months to make sure everything's working and you've got to make sure your filters are working properly. Call on Woods Comfort System. They're the very best at what they do, folks.
Yes, sir. 512-842-5066. That's the number. Or you can find them online at woodscomfortsystems.com. How about that? A little Glenn Fry reference. The heat is on.
The heat is on, boy. That stuff is rising out of this ground right now. That moisture and the humidity, it sucks because you just stand out there in the grass. It is awful. And in the afternoons here over the next couple of days, that temperature is going to get into the mid 90s. And I hear close to the hundreds on the weekend. Yuck.
It was cool yesterday. All that rain, at least
I
that I
know.
got in the middle of the day, cooled things down last night.
Wait a minute. Were you in the Oak Hill area again? Were you at home and it rained there?
Poured.
You know, I'm out here in Oz in Wonderland again. Nothing in the afternoon here. Just clouds.
I feel like I'm living on a movie set because
No kidding.
it rains
Somebody
here
just
and it
throwing
doesn't rain where you are, like 10 minutes away. How is that
Were they just
happening?
throwing buckets down at you?
I don't know. Is it the Chick-fil-A commercial where like they're trying to have a cookout and grill burgers, and it's like the Chick-fil-A cows are like making it rain in that
Yeah, no,
backyard and that backyard only. That's what it feels like for me right now.
yeah,
Quick
man.
question from the Coda text line before we dive into these Phil Steele rankings. Be Nasty texted in. Buck and BK, I have a question for y'all. Do you use a fork or spoon when eating mac and cheese?
I use a fork on all that kind of stuff. I went to Marty's yesterday for a little late evening snack, and I get at Marty's. I always get quesadillas, just cheese quesadillas, because they do. It's thick, and then all that toppings with the sour cream and stuff. But I always get like black beans, just straight up a thing of black beans, and I eat those with a fork. And it looks good enough that you could just take a spoon and do it. But I use a fork. I use a fork on mac and cheese. And the same thing with black beans. I very seldom use a spoon on anything but my ice cream.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a fork guy 10 times out of 10 with the mac
Yeah,
and cheese. Because there's, you can spoon it, but there's like pieces that you want to stab with the fork
yeah.
when
You
you're
want to
eating it,
stab with the fork? Yeah,
Yeah, and I still feel like there's enough area on the surface of the fork to where you can get enough of that cheese sauce with every bite, even if you are
yeah.
stabbing
And
it
I've just
versus
made a
spooning.
resurgence, since the mullet opened of being the mac and cheese guy. I was not in between that. That was not my side orders. If I would even have any beef, my side orders would always be coleslaw and potato salad. But now, since the mullet opened, I've gone mac and cheese and loving it. And yeah, that's all fork stuff with me.
Yeah, mac and cheese is delicious. Our friends at Cover 3, if you've never had their brick chicken mac and cheese, dude, that is next level stuff right there. But there's I'm a mac and cheese guy, but yeah, the fork is the move always for me.
There you
Spork is
go.
an interesting one, Patrick. I feel like the spork might actually be the best vehicle to consume mac and cheese, but most restaurants don't carry sporks.
No, they don't.
Maybe
They
if you
look
get
they
it
look
to
down they
go.
look down upon that.
Yeah, you don't see too many like metal sporks. You see plastic sporks from time to
Yes.
time. So if you're taking it to go, there's a chance you'll get one in that little plastic wrapped silverware package you get. But it's hard to find like actual sporks when you go dine out at a restaurant these days.
Yeah, I've been eating since I'm doing the 3 meal deal. I've been eating more, you know, all these years here. I wasn't a big brisket guy, but I'm finding out that a little brisket with a little bread and some sauce with it, and add a little sausage on the side to that. But damn, that costs a lot of money. I didn't realize brisket. Holy shit. I need to spend more time at Hat Creek Burger than I do at a brisket place, because a little piece of brisket is a lot, man. And
Yeah,
it's not a lot, but it costs a lot. You better have
barbecue
some.
ain't cheap.
You gotta, yeah, you got, yeah. That cattle costs a lot, man. You better have some little people at the house. You can't have bigger people when you. And I don't mean
Fat.
I mean, no, I mean, you can't have a whole bunch of big people when you're ordering brisket for you. Like when you come home and somebody says, "Hey, can I have a little bit of that?" You got to look at them and go,
And if it happens to be their
no,
fat little girlfriend's too bad.
no, no, Coach Leach. You can't have their fat little girlfriends around. That brisket's for me.
So you're
I
saying
only
you
get
want
one.
some?
I get one sandwich out of it, and you don't make sausage sandwiches, do you? Do you add that to the brisket, or is that just a little side deal?
I won't get just a sausage sandwich with nothing else on it, but like if you got a brisket sandwich and you got a couple of pieces of sausage lying on the plate next to it, I'll throw a
Slam that in
couple.
there.
Yeah, sure, why not? That's delicious. And then I'll still have a couple extra pieces to eat on the side. Absolutely. Give me
Yeah, I
that. Give
do.
me all of
I
that.
gotta, and people don't think of, as I said, sides. Coleslaw is important to me. A good coleslaw. I gotta have to have the right coleslaw with me.
Yeah, don't sleep on the sides, man. Like if you're a legit barbecue joint, you can't skimp on the sides. You got to have both. The meat's the most important thing, but the good palate cleanser that you get with some of the sides, nice
Yes.
change of pace that you get. You got to have a little variety there. You can't just be all about the meat. So
Yeah,
that's
my pinto
important
beans
stuff.
got to taste good too. They can't just
Yeah.
be like wallpaper, you know?
And you said you want more little people at your place. It's nice of you. It's nice of you to avoid the Lee
Not so
Corso.
fast, midget. Not so fast.
Yes, I can feed some little people when I get my brisket. Here's a little slice for you and a little slice. It's the ones with the big shoulders that say, "Hey, can you make a sandwich for me too?" And I'm like, "No, dude, you don't get a sandwich. I'm not. There's only slices of sandwiches for me, and my little people get a little slice off the side of that. But
Mhm.
no, there's no. I didn't get extra bread for you.
Hey, you want a sandwich, you better Venmo me the cost. All right.
Yes,
If you're eating it, I'm gonna need a little bit of payback for what I just purchased.
man, oh
Thank
man.
thank you very much. All
Yeah, I
right,
didn't
good
realize
question.
that. It's not like going in and if you ask for brisket, it's not like asking for a hamburger or a double. I mean, that brisket bill comes at you and you're like, is that am I something else coming with that? Am I getting like 4 slices of pie or something as dessert with that? They look at you like, "Nope, that's just for you. That's it."
Here are the rules for the Bucky cookout. Number 1, no fats allowed,
Yeah.
and number 2, little people welcome.
Yes, I have a little gate that you can come under. Yes, you get
There's
underneath
a Ky
this, you fit under there, you're fine. If you can't
Kyler
make it,
Murray Kyler Murray's invited, but JJ Spawn is not. Is that what I'm hearing?
JJ Spawn can come. He's a short little guy.
Well, he's invited if he
Yeah,
pays for his own
if you come
plate.
into my party like that, you're gonna get a brisket sandwich. You're allowed. Yes, I can give you some of my brisket, but no, and I'll give you.
God,
I'll ask for an extra couple slices of bread too.
that's
But I am
awesome.
not. And lately, I've been a. I told you I've been to, as much as I like our Shoal Creek Saloon, I've been going locally to this Shore Bar and Grill for my gumbo, seafood gumbo. Very tasty. Couple pieces of toast with it, and Caesar salad. That's all I need to fill me up. I can't
Yeah.
eat like a bowl of gumbo and then a Caesar salad. No, I can't do that. That's way too much. Way too much greens mixed with the gumbo. That's not all that. That's not good
Hey,
for the belly.
forget your Caesar salad. Just get a bowl of gumbo and leave the salad to somebody else. Let the rabbits eat that food.
No, I eat salad with my gumbo on the side. And
Listen,
I think that's just for looks only. But you know what? I am now I'm starting to prioritize who's got a good Caesar salad. If you're going to have a salad and it's going to be a Caesar salad and you're not putting anything in it, no chicken or anything, just a salad and the dressing, uh, I'm looking at that pretty closely on how good that tastes. There's a
now, do you
place
want
in the
do you want the chicken or do you want no chicken
no,
in
I
there?
don't want. I go without. I don't need the chicken on it. I just
Okay.
the salad and the dressing and the croutons, and plus I dump the croutons in my gumbo anyway.
Mm,
Yeah, I
okay.
make a little mix.
Could be a good
I put
idea, actually. I won't knock it until I try it. Never done that
yeah,
before,
I
but
take the
nice little crunch.
croutons on salad never does much for me, but I dump them in the gumbo and it's pretty tasty.
Okay. I like that. I like that. All right. Food conversation. Thanks for the
Now I'm
text,
hungry.
Nasty. Yeah, send us whatever. We'll respond to y'all's text. We're all over. We're having a good time on a Buck On and Buck Off Thursday edition of the show. All right, back into the Phil Steele magazine. Buck, yesterday we ran down Phil Steele's position unit rankings for the offensive side of the football. Now we'll flip things over to the defensive side of the football. How does Phil Steele think Texas stacks up against the other
Mhm.
15 teams in the SEC? We'll start at the front with the defensive line. I know this was your biggest concern with Texas going into the offseason with all that they lost from the 2024 squad. Phil Steele, not very concerned. He has Texas tied for the second best defensive line in the conference.
You know, BK, when I think about that now, it's not even so much of the personnel; it's about the coaching of this defense now. I think there's way more respect for the defensive staff now than actually the defensive players. I think what they like is they like the way the defense has been formed. You know, they like what PK's done. I think they love what he's done and giving him an awful lot of credit now, which he deserves. There's no doubt about it. You know, you look at defense and you say, oh, it's all about players. Well, I think now this has started for Texas. It started to be all about the scheme and the coaches that they've assembled for this defense too. So maybe the third time around they can still keep it going.
Yeah, Texas, I think they're at a position where they have both the Jimmies, the Joes, and the X's and the O's.
Yeah.
And that's a great place to be. And I mean, I think we were all pretty excited about the Pete Kwiatkowski hire when it happened because, you know, he was such a great defensive coordinator at Washington and at Boise State for a number of years. But now that, you know, we've seen it over time,
Yes.
we're all believers in what PK's doing. I mean, he's the longest tenured defensive coordinator that Texas has had since Bull Reese. You got to go a long ways to find a defensive coordinator who's stuck around and had the type of success that PK has had here in Austin. So, yeah, he's done great. And then Kenny Baker in his first year as the defensive line coach, like he did a tremendous job. You know,
And these additions.
I'm not throwing any shade at Bo Davis, Buck, but like Bo Davis couldn't get Alfred Collins to play consistently well.
No.
Like Bo Davis couldn't get Vernon Broughton to play consistently well. And, you know, Kenny Baker, it felt like he was the guy who kind of unlocked those dudes. So even though it's only 1 year with him, like to your point about the coaching being pretty good, like I think you throw him into the good coaching category for Texas.
Dude, because if they'd have made a step back on their defensive line, Texas wouldn't have got, you know, they wouldn't have made it to the semifinals. This guy really coached well in his first year here. That was the big question mark. Could he get it done? And I mean, to get Alfred Collins the way, and in his last year here, I mean, that guy could have cruise controlled it just the way he was doing. But he sparked something in that dude.
Yeah, he did. We'd all hoped Alfred Collins was going to end up as a high round draft pick when he went pro, but like his first 3 years, we didn't see that. So like,
no.
This guy will probably get drafted just because he looks the way he does.
Yes.
And the potential is there. And, you know, so much of the draft is about potential, but like, it's like, is he even worth that? And then boom, his senior year, he puts it all together and it's like, he's a no-brainer second round pick. So, but yeah, I mean, it's like the D-line it was a huge question mark going into the offseason because Texas lost 7 scholarship D linemen from last year, but they added 5 in the portal. So some of that's good Kenny Baker recruiting. Some of that's obviously NIL and Texas going out and spending to make sure that position, Buck, like you said, is not going to take a step back because of how important it has been for this team.
Yeah, and that position will make it really, really a lot easier on the guys in the secondary that are losing some quality players but have a lot of experience back there. And plus, you know, now you're bringing in a fantastic coach to go along with it. It's that defense that I worry about shouldn't take any direction but up with the players that they have experience-wise. And adding more, even better coaching to it is going to be fantastic for the defense. They will hold their own against anybody, I believe.
And by the way, I mentioned the Texas defensive line is tied for second, according to Phil Steele. They are tied with Alabama and Florida. Care to take a guess who Phil Steele has as his top D line in the SEC?
Georgia.
Not Georgia, believe it or not.
South Carolina?
Not the Cox.
Wow.
Huh? Your favorite team. Actually, no, not your favorite team. Well, I don't know these days. I'm not sure who you root for and against nowadays. It's Oklahoma.
OU?
OU, yep.
They're still trying to give their head coach a lot of credit for being a great defensive guy, huh?
I guess so. Their defense
was
pretty good.
He has to do it all. He has to be the head coach. He can't be just the defensive coordinator. He has to be the head coach for the entire team. That's where the fault is with that group. He has to do a lot more than one thing.
Yeah, OU's defense is pretty salty. Our Mason Thomas is one of the best defensive players in the country. He's going to be one of the guys representing Oklahoma in Atlanta next week. They got Grayson Holton back for another year. They've got Jaden Jackson back. I mean, that's a pretty talented defensive line for Oklahoma. But yeah, they had one of those last year and they went 6-7. So it's going to take more than that. That's who Phil Steele believes has the best D line in the conference. But yeah, love what Texas did.
Not Roll Tide, huh?
Roll Tide's tied for second with Texas. But it's crazy. Like, if Texas didn't add these transfers, I mean, Texas added 3 of their transfers after the spring. So even like if this magazine was published in March, I feel like Texas would be, I don't know, 7 or 8 in the conference in terms of defensive line. But you go out and add as much as the Longhorns did, like that's going to turn some heads, and that's going to move you up the rankings. And
well, they also expect Texas to be good. With all the 15 or 16 punters that they have, their defense is going to be have good field position. When they get on the field, the team's going to have to march a long way with those guys hitting 65 and 70-yard bombs.
I'm not sure how a punter factors into the defensive line unit rankings, but
the further they have to go, the better off for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue that, I guess.
Those 6 or 7 scholarship punters.
They don't have 6 or 7 scholarship punters. They have 8.
3? Oh, they have 8? Oh, God. Oh, God, no. Not an 8. They found another one?
They found another one, yep. They picked somebody up off the street last night, some homeless guy who they saw punting Sharpies.
Boy, this special teams better be just gold. They must be. I'm expecting them just to be gold on the special
teams unit rankings in a moment. But on the linebacker now, Texas tied for first best linebacking unit in the SEC. You know who they're tied with, Buck?
Georgia.
Nope.
What does Georgia just stink this year?
Yeah, I'm surprised Georgia is not top 2 in any defensive category here, which, there's extra motivation that Kirby Smart's going to use.
Thanks a lot, y'all, for doing that.
Appreciate that, Bill.
They tie with Tennessee?
Nope.
The Roll Tide always has linebackers.
Come on, man. This isn't hard.
South Carolina.
Nope.
What does the SEC suck? I mean, who are they tied?
Who did we just talk about?
Well,
are you okay?
I know they're not going to be tied with Oklahoma. Oklahoma, you're going to tell me Oklahoma has a bunch of linebackers?
Oklahoma. Even though they lost the T-shirt model, Danny Stutzman, according to Phil Steele, they are tied with Texas, the best linebacking room in the league.
Okay, then if it's not Texas and Oklahoma, the rest of the SEC is just sucking then this year.
I don't know about that. I mean, there's a bunch of other really good linebackers around the conference, but look, I think Texas has one of the best linebacking groups in college football. So I've got no problem.
I think they've got the best.
I think they have the best linebacker in college football with Anthony Hill. But Leon Galafau, I mean, he got so much better as last year went along. Like, I think he's going to be one of the strengths of this defense this year. I like the Brad Spence pickup from Arkansas. That guy was 3rd on the Razorbacks in tackles last year. He's got experience in the SEC, and I think he's going to be a really nice rotational piece for Texas this year. You've got Anthony Smith going into year 2 as well. It sounds like Trey Moore is going to be playing a little linebacker for this team this year. So, yeah, you've got top-end talent. You've got some experience. You've got some depth. Like every box you're trying to check when you're talking about how good a room is. I feel like Texas
they've got depth for sure. You're right.
Yeah, so I don't know how Oklahoma factors in. I mean, Kip Lewis is pretty good. Kendall Daniels is pretty good, but without Danny Stutzman, it's like I don't know. I might have to talk to an Oklahoma person. I will next week to see if there's some credence to that, but that feels pretty high considering how impactful the T-shirt boy was for that group last year.
Yeah.
I don't know. To say there won't be any drop off there feels like a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, they're just, as I said, they won't say anything about the Georgia. The Georgia guys will just appear out of nowhere after the first couple games, when they have 25 tackles in a game. some guy that was the third string guy there. All of a sudden, oh, he just became a starter for the first time. Oh,
Yeah.
he's fantastic, right?
I think if I was Phil Steele and I was doing these rankings, I would just have Georgia tied for first with every defensive category every year.
Right. Yeah.
I'm
Safety,
just going
everything.
to assume. I'm going to assume that like they're going to have the best defense in the conference under Kirby Smart. And they won't always. That won't always be the case, but like that's
Most
what
of
I'm
the
going to
times,
do.
yes. I can't wait to see who their stud is, who steps out this year and is a first-round draft pick that the Eagles will try to find a way to get.
Oh, and they will. I mean, someone from Georgia or Alabama is bound to fall in the draft and end up going to the Eagles at pick like 30 or 31.
Yes.
Hopefully not 32 again. Georgia tied for third, by the way, with linebackers. For those curious, on to the secondary. Texas is third. Should say tied for third, ironically enough, with Georgia. It's the best defensive back room in the conference. Number one in that category, it's a two-way tie between Roll Tide
Yes.
and Texas A&M.
I mean, yeah, if the Aggies are going to win some games, don't they have to be in there somewhere besides that offensive line?
Yeah, I think
We
the
know
Aggie
they're not their
defense.
quarterback. We know they've got a good running back room, but defensively, they've got to have some where they're in the top one or two.
Yeah. I think the Aggie defense is really good. They did lose a lot on their defensive line with Shamar going. I think they'll be okay there. They've got questions, but I think their back 6 or 7 is really, really good. They've got a lot of talent. They've got a lot of guys coming back, and that is Mike Elko's strong suit. And look, that secondary was bad. I mean, after Texas A&M lost their bowl game to USC, I mean, Mike Elko just roasted their secondary. And it's like, we just don't know how to defend the pass. And we didn't know how to do that all year. And it was terrible. And everybody was bad. And we got to clean all of this up. So Mike Elko, like, realized how bad it was last year. I don't think it was that bad, but in his mind, it was that bad as a defensive guy. And he basically told everybody, like, our number one priority this year is to get our secondary cleaned up. So that's I think that unit's going to be pretty good for Texas A&M this year. My question to you is about,
there's no way Georgia isn't going to have a stellar defense. That's just what they do.
That's what they do. Yeah. I mean, they've got a tough schedule. So some of their defensive stats last year were a little bit inflated because of just how good the teams were that they went up against.
Right.
But, they were inflated by Georgia standards. They were still really, really good nationally. And again, it's Kirby Smart. I feel like he's earned the benefit of the doubt with that side of the football. Where are you at with this Texas secondary right now, though? I mean, you got Michael Taft back. That's great. You got Manny Muhammad back. That's great. But obviously, the losses of Jahdae Barron and Andrew McCuba won't be super easy to overcome.
Yeah, but Gilbo, some of those guys that have played, we've seen them play, and we've seen them play well. I mean, it's not that they've gotten in games and they've been okay as substitutes. They played well when they got into the games. I mean, they could hold their own. So I would expect from being around those guys that they're ready to take on starting roles and play those roles well. Now, will they be All-American type of players? I don't know. I mean, it's hard from what we saw to the two guys that left for the NFL to equal those guys. But if they're close with the experience that they have, it's going to be just fine back there. Manny Muhammad, he'll be good. Michael Taft is an All-American anyway. He still is back there to help guide those guys. They should be solid back there. They shouldn't take a step anywhere but up in that secondary.
I don't know if
now
it's going to go up.
Dwayne Akina back there coaching them now.
I mean, I think they had the number 2 pass defense in America going into the playoff last year. So I don't know if I could say the only way they should go is up. I would love for them to go up and be number 1.
How about if they're the same? How about if they're the same?
Yeah, if they've got the number 2 secondary at college football this year after losing the Thorpe Award winner and then a second-round pick, then that would be awesome. But I don't know if I could expect that, but I sure as hell don't expect them to go back to being what they were 2 years ago.
No. I mean, I think the expectations for this secondary is now you've seen them over the last 2 years. There should be those type of kids coming here all the time again.
Well, 2 years ago was dog shit with the secondary. Remember, that was the worst part of the team. They were in the hundreds in pass defense. So like that's like a huge issue with the 2023 team. Because I mean, Jahdae Barron was on that team. Michael Taft was on that team. Like you had, obviously Andrew McCuba wasn't there, but you had a number of pieces who were there last year who were also there 2 years ago. The communication was horrible 2 years
Yeah, I mean,
ago.
that's why I have that trust, and I say now I'm trusting the system. You know, they may
Well,
have but I'm trusting the system a little bit now.
well, it's a little bit of a new system because you've got new coaches. And I think something that was so key for the communication last year was the fact that Michael Taft, Andrew Makuba, and Jade Barron had been friends for years. They're all
Yes.
Central Texas kids. They all train with the same trainer in Bam Blake. So it's like those guys had spent, even though Makuba came in from Clemson and was only here for a year, those guys had spent countless hours with each other,
Yes.
like talking ball, training, practicing, whatever. So like that was a huge factor in the communication being as good as it was. Now, 2/3 of those guys are now off playing on Sundays. So like the communication still has to be at that level for Texas's secondary to be at that level. And I don't want to say I'm worried about the secondary, but like that is a question for me with that unit. Can it be close to what it was from a communication
Yeah,
standpoint?
I think, you know, with Michael Tapp, he's always in the right place. He's always around the ball. I think he'll have more interceptions than he's had. I think he'll be a little bit more chancy in his last year of you know, interceptions, because I think he understands that he feels like these guys are now experienced enough. I don't have to stick them in the right place. They know where to go. Now I can take a little bit more chance of going for some balls now.
Yeah, John. I don't think the secondary is suspect for the record. I think the secondary is going to be really good. I think it'll be a top, 15 to 20 unit in college football, and I might be underselling it a little bit with all of the talent that's back there.
Oh, we're going to
Uh,
the top 20 now. Remember we needed them to be in the top 50, and then they
yeah,
were number one. Yeah,
yeah,
I'll take the top 15. I'm like you. I'll take top 15, top 10.
right. That'd be great because puts Texas, excuse me, in a position to get to at least where they've gotten the last 2 seasons.
Yes,
But there's so much talent, and even though there's a number of new starters back there, you said it, it's experienced starters. Like Jalen Gilbo's a senior. Jelani McDonald's an upperclassman. Derek Williams Jr. is going into his third year. Like you've got guys who have been here who have played in a number of games before. It's not like, oh, we lost all of these dudes and now we're replacing them with freshmen and
right.
true
No, they've been in
sophomores.
games. You're right.
Yeah,
How's
they've been in
Williams?
games.
How's Williams' health? That's the guy that you want to look at in the summertime. What will be his role? Will he be ready to go? Obviously, he should be ready to go by the end of the summer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's obvious. I think that's one you got to kind of wait and see what the reports are with fall camp. I mean, he didn't
Yeah,
do a ton during spring ball for Texas. But yeah, I mean, he's a stud, dude. Like,
they didn't let him do much, did they?
well, no, I mean, he got hurt during the Oklahoma game, but in the first, like he had an interception in the Michigan game. Like he played a ton early in the year. He got hurt kind of early in conference play and he was done for the season. So and he was, he played a decent amount as a freshman in 2023, and his role was increasing last year, but he went down with a pretty serious knee injury. So, yeah, I don't know what to expect from him. I mean, it's a similar conversation with CJ Baxter. Baxter got
Yes.
hurt earlier. Sounds like maybe Derek
You're
Williams
not
Jr.
going
is
to
a
know
little
until you
further
see him
along.
out on the field and maneuvering and moving around.
Yeah. And look, I mean, fall camp, we'll hear some things. Obviously, we won't get to see what's happening behind closed doors, but like
Right. You as a fan
even
don't
that.
see it until you see him in a game.
Right. But even that, like, even just if I get good reports out of fall camp about Derek Williams, it's like, okay, that's great. Like, like the fact that that guy's on the field and, they're saying that he's playing the way that he was before the injury. Like,
Right.
that'll be a huge shot in the arm for this Texas defense if they can get this dude back because they didn't really need him last year because the other guys that they had, but I think they kind of need him this year to be an elite secondary again.
Yeah,
All right. So that's.
I expect them to be pretty good in the secondary for sure.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's fair to not have them number one right now, considering what they lost. But like top three doesn't feel like a reach at all for Texas in the SEC. This one surprised me a little bit, Buck. Now maybe Phil Steele is he realizes that Texas has 8 scholarship punters and 9 scholarship kickers and 14 long
Yes.
snappers right now. Special teams. Think about how bad Texas was in that third phase last year. Phil Steele says Texas has the best special teams unit in in the SEC going into the 2025 season.
Damn, what is the rest of the SEC doing?
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know special teams units for the other 15 teams. But like, I do know what I saw from Texas last year. And they might have been the worst special teams team in the conference. They were a bottom 15 special teams unit in America last
They were the
season.
biggest suckers I've ever seen. Sucker, fourth down, fake. I've never seen anybody get it. How many times was it? 3 times or twice?
I think it was
Just
300.
tell me it was twice. It was 3 times, wasn't it?
I got to go back and look. It felt like at least 3 where they got burned.
But teams tried more than 3, I believe. But they got 3 times they got burnt.
No, I don't think they've tried and failed last year.
Oh, it was like they got them 3 straight times. Oh my
I feel
God.
like every time someone did a fake punt against Texas, it worked.
I bet you they're screaming fake at practice all the time. After third down plays, they're going fake. They have to. You have to alert yourself mentally all the time in that kind. You can be messing around, but you can alert yourself mentally. Hey, you know the guys that do all the cheers before the kickoffs? Those dudes need to have a job on the sideline.
I was going to say, you've got your get back coach, you've got your dumbass coach. Maybe now you have your fake coach, but you could just make the walk-ons yell fake instead. I mean, there were a couple of times where it was like you're yelling at your TV before the play even happens. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20. Sometimes you're not expecting it, and that's how it works. You just tip your cap to the other team.
Expect it this year. Expect it.
Well, yeah.
You don't have that happen to you 3 times, and the teams that you play don't say, hey, listen, we got to do this. These guys are idiots. They won't be ready for it.
Getting triggered. My UTSD is coming back right now on some of those. So,
there's
look,
no
Texas,
way that they're not going to get fooled this year.
They'll get fooled at least once. The hope is it's only once.
Oh, God.
I feel like every team gets got by a fake punt like once over the course of a season, but you can't have it happen like repeatedly in your biggest games. That's unacceptable, Jeff Banks. Come on, man.
And they're saying they have the number one.
Well,
I believe they're number 1 special teams.
Look, I'll give Sark and Jeff Banks credit. Like they realized their special team sucked, and they didn't just sit on their hands and say, "Well, hopefully it will be better again."
They gave out scholarship after scholarship after NIL after they gave up a lot. They're giving a lot.
Well, they told one of their scholarship guys to take a hike in Bert Auburn. Like, he's gone. So they replaced him with Mason Shipley, whose career numbers are very good coming in from Texas State. And, their punting numbers weren't very good last year with Michael Kern. They replaced him with Jack Bomeister coming in from Utah, guy who's got, close to a 45-yard average in his career. So they upgraded at kicker and punter. The return game was pretty good last year with Silas Bolden. Like he gave folks some heart attacks, but he was good.
Yeah, it was good.
So I don't know. You got to replace him. He was, I guess, the strength of the special teams. But yeah, I mean, Texas was not good enough in the kicking or punting game last year, and they went out and got 2 very good kickers and punters, or maybe 4.
We all need a reliable guy that will just catch the punt. I mean, I think in order to win a national championship, you got to have a guy that offers a threat back there. But more than anything, you have to have a guy that will catch the punt, not let it bounce, not screw you up in field position. Just a guy that when he's back there, you just kind of, okay, no problem. Mm-hmm. I love to have those guys because I coach punt returners, and I love to have those guys that I wasn't standing on the sideline with my back to, looking towards the stand because I couldn't look out to the field. Never had a lot of those. I had really good guys. I had a kid at Boston College. I had Kelvin Martin, a kid named Brian Brennan that played for Cleveland. Mike Adams when I was at Texas. I had those type of guys back there that were – now, Mike was one of those, 94% guys that when he went back there, you'd line them up in one spot and say, here, you stay right where I am. But then when you turn your back, the dude was like up another 8 yards. I'm like, no, get to where I am. I know what's going on here. And so, but he also was a guy that could take it back to the house. So Kelvin Martin was absolutely the best.
Yeah, I don't ask for much out of my returners. Just catch the ball.
Hey, just catch it no matter where it is. You don't even have to run with it. There's nobody coming down. Just fair catch it right there. Leave it where it is.
Like don't fumble it. That's the most important thing. And the second most important thing is don't let it bounce and roll 15 yards. Like go catch the ball. That's look, if you want to do all the other stuff, that's icing on the cake. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy a nice punt return from time to time, but there are very few things in football that make me angrier than your defense does a great job getting off the field against a good team, and then your punt returner just muffs the punt and gives it right back to the offense.
Yeah, I mean, when I wasn't coaching there when Shipley was there, but when he was back there returning punts and stuff, it was like you didn't have to. He was going to catch the ball. I don't care if it was coming down like a helicopter. He was going to catch the ball at least, Right. He never had to worry about those type of things.
Xavier Worthy wasn't doing that. Like he had some explosive returns, some return touchdowns. It was great, but it's like, dude, just go get to the ball. You're a receiver. You got the hands. Catch it.
That thing would bounce like 6 times. He was waiting for it off the hop, and I'm like, no, man, catch it. Don't let it bounce.
Look, Texas. I don't know who the returner
was. A punt returner too. He was one of those guys that had the hands that you don't have to worry about. He's going to make the catch.
Cosby was great at it. No, Texas has had plenty of great returners over the years.
Great returners.
Well, there's so many great athletes on this team. Like, I feel like 85 to 90% of the skill position guys on this roster were their high school return men.
Yeah, go find me a guy that just will catch the ball. Yes.
So it's like, I feel like most of these guys, like the DBs, the wide receivers, the running backs, like they were by far the best athlete at whatever high school they came from. So the coach would be like, you're returning too. Like Jonah Williams was that guy at G Ball. Like by far the best athlete on that team. It's like, not only is he, playing offense and defense, but hey, we would like a big play in the return game. So go out there and return this kickoff for a touchdown, please.
Those guys have to be trusted, man. Those guys have to be solid dudes that are back there. When you have some flaky guys back there that are kind of flaky anyway, boy, your head is spinning as a coach. Like, oh my God.
Flaky,
is that the guy is that the guy who missed class like 3 times this week? And I've been chasing him down about getting to his class, and he's back there returning punts. You're like, oh no.
Leaving me on red, not responding to my texts.
Oh yeah, He hasn't responded to my text. I've been trying to get him for 2 days. You know what? Somebody needs to talk to him. He needs to get over here. This teacher wants to talk with him. They're gonna hook him up if he gets over here at this certain time, but you can't get to him. It's like, oh man.
Yeah.
And Texas has done pretty well with that. Kickoff returners, to me, I don't give I mean, just take a knee and give me the ball at the 30, will you? Don't mess around with it. I don't care if you return it or not. And I like to have a guy who just, if he makes that decision, is going to bring it out and make things happen,
Yeah.
But the end-over-end kickoff return's not like the helicopter, the whirly bird that comes at you in the punts.
Right. Yeah. And some of these punters are really good, and they can control the spin that they get on their punts too. So
absolutely.
It's a little harder. And also with the kickoff rule changes that it feels like we have every year, like those returners aren't as important in the kick game as they are in the punt game nowadays. But
I go find myself a walk-on. I go find myself a walk-on and say, hey, listen, telling your dad you can do this really, really well. Your family can see you back there take a knee. So every time he's kicked back there and it hits that end zone, I want to see you catch it and take a knee and come off the field and wave. You can wave to your mom and dad on the way to the sideline.
What are you showing them, like pictures of Colin Kaepernick taking a knee, and you're like, do that?
Just wave to them as you give the ball to the official and show them what a great job you did catching it and taking a knee. Don't you dare take it out of the end. Hey, don't you dare take it out of the end zone. That's like the kids that I had at Illinois and Texas. That would be my third down guys that were run and do an option route, go in or out on the linebacker, catch the ball. And I said, don't you dare. If you get a first down, don't you dare take another step. There's nobody wants you to be the hero. We want you to fall on the ground with the ball in your hand and hand it to the official. I had a guy at Illinois that that's what he did. It was this white kid who would come in, BK, and it was 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 4, and he'd come out of the backfield, and everybody knew when he got in the game in the Big Ten where the ball was going. And Jeff George or Verduzco would throw it to that. Nobody could stop him on 5 yards. He would just hook in, hook out, make the catch. And then if the guy missed the tackle, dude would fall down like somebody tripped him. And I'd be like, yes, that's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Hey, did you tell Derek Lewis to do that on roll left, or did you let him score?
No, dude. I wish he would have fallen down when he'd come. Hey, I wish James Brown would have just kept the ball and never even put that thing in the air. He didn't even have to put it in the air.
It was like 4th and inches, 4th and 1.
No, dude, no. He didn't have to even throw that. He would have fallen for the first down. Yep. And that would have been just wonderful. him with the ball in the air, everybody was crapping themselves. Is it going to get there? Is it going to be short? Is he going to short arm it? Sorry about that, James, but yeah, you could have kept that for the first. I would have loved that
movie
just as
scenes
much.
where
You
it's,
know?
oh my God. Yeah, movie scenes where it's like going in slow motion and they
Oh
can like
yeah.
pan to 50 different people on the sideline and in the crowds to see
Oh
their
God.
reaction before the ball gets caught. Probably felt like that to you guys in that
Oh
spot.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Goodness.
Hell, he could have given it to Priest Holmes over the top. He would have got the first down. They weren't stopping that play either way.
I was watching random sidebar. I was NFL Network. I got the hankering for some football, so NFL Network was showing like a random old Chiefs game because I guess Jared Allen's going into the Hall of Fame this year. So
Yep.
they were like showing some of his best games, and I like the Chiefs game with Priest Holmes toting the
Oh
rock for
yeah.
Kansas City. I was like, that is awesome. It's cool to see. Man, loved that guy. All right, we got one more Phil Steele. We got the coaches rankings to get to.
Okay.
Where Steve Sarkisian stacks up amongst the top coaches in the SEC, according to Phil Steele. But before we get to that last category, Buck, how about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs, whether it's big party, small gatherings, neighborhood functions, calling those guys to get that alcohol to you. And when they get that alcohol to you, you better find out what the best beer in the world is, and that would be Altstadt Beer, because they've got that at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway.
Yes, indeed. Love the Altstadt beer. It's my beer of choice in the summer. It's my beer of choice all year round here in Central Texas. It should be yours as well. I get it. When you go to the store, when you go to 34 Wine and Spirits, when you go to the grocery store, you see all of the beers that they have to choose from. It can be overwhelming. How do you know which one to pick? Well, let me tell you why I pick Altstadt and why you should be picking it too. Number one, it's brewed locally. You're supporting a local business every time you drink Altstadt. Number two, they've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Some of these companies have just one brew and that's all you get. No, Altstadt has something for every palate out there. We all love choices in this life. You get it with Altstadt. Number three, there are no additives, there are no preservatives, there are no unnecessary sugars in any Altstadt beer. So some of those other filler ingredients that are going into other beers, you don't get that with Altstadt. You're drinking a clean beer that you can feel good about drinking. Number four, the taste. That's what you really care about when you're drinking a beer, right? The taste is absolutely there. Guys, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. And oh, by the way, you're not paying an arm and a leg for Altstadt. Some of these local beers now, feels like you're paying $20 for a six-pack. It's insane how much some of this stuff costs. Altstadt's like getting a luxury car at a family sedan price. Get you some the next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits or any store. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Say to our friends over at Relax the Back. I'm in my Relax the Back chair right now. And folks, this chair is fabulous. And if you've got back pains, whether it's your lumbar area, your hips, your shoulders, you need to go over to Relax the Back and check out some of the zero gravity recliners that they have, Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillow sets that they have just for you there. And they've got two great locations. There is an accessory at Relax the Back for anyone that has any kind of pain in their shoulders and their hips and their back. Believe me, they have an accessory that's going to work just for you. And BK's at the Hill Country Galleria, right across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Oh, yeah. I love my Relax the Back chair that I'm sitting in right now. And also, check out the hat that the Buck is rocking this morning. TSU rope hat. Oh, yeah. Made by our man Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. There it is. Show them that lid, Buck. All of our merch. All of our merch. The hats, the shirts, the polos, the koozies, the signs. You guessed it. All made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business or just a big event coming up that needs gear, reach out to Adam. You can call him or text him at 512-300-9641. You can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. See some of the other jobs that they've done over the years. Shoot him a DM there if that's your thing. Shout out to our great friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Very nice.
Okay, one final position group ranking in the SEC for Phil Steele's 2025 College Football Magazine, the coaching rankings. And I think this just focuses on the head coach. I don't think Phil Steele is doing the research on every single assistant coach and position coach that every staff has. So I'll let you guess who number one is, according to Phil Steele, the best head coach in the Southeastern Conference.
Got to be Kirby Smart.
Kirby Smart's number 1.
Yeah, and the tie for is there a tie for second? Are we doing the tie thing again? Or we
No
just
tie
putting,
for no tie for second.
well then okay, I will put Sark as number 2.
Sark is number 2, according to Phil Steele. Yeah.
And where's that tie come in? Please, I want to know where the Vandy coach is. You know, Vandy has all these great things happening with them. Where is this dude at? I mean, after last year's great year he had, tell me he's 4th or 5th.
He's not that high.
What?
There are a lot of ties in this category. So Kirby Smart is by himself, number 1. Steve Sarkisian
Yes.
by himself, number 2. Brian Kelly by himself at number 3. It's interesting. I know what he did at Notre Dame, but I don't know if LSU fans feel like he's that good of a coach.
Yeah, well, go ahead and put Elko, Kelly, and OU's coach in one category and put them all at 4th or 5th.
Ooh. There's a 2-way tie for 4th with the Lane Train and Kalen DeBoer. 6th
Okay.
place. There's a lot tied at 6th, and there's a lot tied at 9th on this list.
Where's our Arkansas coach?
Pittman is tied for 9th, just too
Wow.
high. It's pretty fun. There's only one. So there's 16 teams in the SEC, right? There's only one coach that has a double-digit ranking. Everybody else is like tied for 9th. And then there's Jeff Lebby at Mississippi State, who's 16.
You know,
Everybody else is
everybody
lumped into the top 10.
As much as they talk about Levy being the guy, BK, to turn Mississippi's fate around, that dude is going to be gone here in another year and a half. They're not going. If they don't get it done with this quarterback that they have this year, he's the next out, and the next guy from the Sun Belt's coming to Mississippi State.
There is, I don't know if anyone from the Fun Belt wants that job. There is a 6-way tie for 9th place. Best coach in the SEC. It's Mike Elko.
Yes.
Brent Venables.
Yep.
Hugh Freeze.
Okay.
Sam Pittman.
Wow, Pittman, that's way too high.
Eli Drinkwitz at Mizzou. He probably hates that. His team was pretty good the last couple of years. And your guy, Clark Lee at Vanderbilt.
Clark Lee should be higher than that. Vandy's so good. I mean, that's all I hear about Vandy and their quarterback and how they had 1 year. Hey, I'm sorry about that Roll Tide.
I think, I think Eli Drinkwitz at Mizzou is a weirdo. But, like, God, he's Sam Pittman level bad. Is he that bad of a coach? Is Mike Elko that bad of a coach? Elko's only done it for 1 year, so maybe he will turn into that. But I'd much rather have Mike Elko leading my program than Sam Pittman. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think he may turn into Sam Pittman, though.
He might. That's usually how it works with the A&M coach. At some point, they turn into Sam Pittman, a.k.a. fired. But, yeah, that's interesting to lump all of those guys together. We really couldn't rank them at all. We had to put them all in a 6-way tie, Phil.
Come on, man.
He just doesn't want to piss anybody off.
And is the Big 12 not ranking any of their guys? They're not having any rankings at all. They're not ranking coaches at all at the Big 12 for their media week. They're not having any of that kind of stuff.
Well, Phil Steele ranked the Big 12 teams and coaches. But
great.
The conference itself did not. There was no preseason poll for the Big 12 this year.
For nothing in that conference? No, nothing for the coaches?
No.
That must have been quite the media week, the media 2 days up there. What the hell they talk about?
Well, I think they are still going to release like a preseason all-conference team. So the players will get some individual honors, but yeah, they're not doing a preseason poll in terms of projected order of finish. They got so embarrassed last year with what happened that they had to pull the plug on the whole thing because they had Arizona State finishing last, and well, Arizona State ended up finishing first.
Hey, shit happens. I mean, come on, y'all.
I know.
Really?
They had Utah finishing first, and Utah finished near the very bottom of the conference. I think they were like second to last. So I don't know. It wasn't the media that was too scared to do it again. The media is like, yeah, we sucked last year, but whatever. We still like doing this. We'll do it. It instead was the Big 12 coaches and the ADs that got together and lobbied to Brett Yormark.
It was the commissioner. The tech commissioner did it.
Maybe. I don't know. It's apparently it was up to the coaches and the ADs, and they voted to get rid of it, which I just don't understand. Like, I enjoy those things, but We don't have nice things. We do have over-unders for Big 12 teams if you want to see what Vegas thinks.
Yeah, because I've been looking at those right now. I'm playing up some of them as sorry. This is going to be a tough year for you.
By the way, the go to text line. Where did Phil Steele have the Aggie cheerleaders ranked? Probably 5 spots below last place is what they say. It's not high enough.
The Phil could not put the K back in my guy's name.
No, I believe Noah K is actually Noah N, according to Phil Steele.
I see.
Let me see if I could actually show that to the people real quick. I have not looked at the Eastern Michigan page for myself just to make sure that those pictures that are online are accurate. Nowadays everybody can AI things, so you could fake, you could Photoshop a letter out. But yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I could get to the Big 12 rankings here. Let's see if Noah K. Here it is. Okay, so the first thing I looked at, I don't know if this makes Phil Steele better or worse because Noah K's name is in here twice, Buck.
Wow.
Here's the there's just no way you're going to be. I'm going to have to take a picture.
Can't.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a picture and focus it for the people. I'll do that tomorrow. But there's a section where Phil Steele shows the recruits that each team brought in.
Sure.
And he lists them out by name. So Noah K is a freshman, so he's in that section. And it's spelled correctly here. Noah Knigga.
Okay.
The K is included in that one. So that's good. And I'm thinking, all right, the internet was lying. But then I looked. Noah K is a linebacker. So they also do a projected starting lineup section for each team. And they do it position by position.
They just didn't have room for the K. That's all.
Yeah, under the star position, that's where they have Noah K listed. There is no K at the start of his last name. It is
too much. They didn't have enough room, man. They just had to shorten it.
Noah Knigga.
They just figured that you could get it. There's a K in front of it. They just didn't have the room to put in the K.
We think typo. We think one of Phil's interns is out to get him. We think they tried to pull a fast one on us and hope nobody noticed. We think maybe they wanted people to notice.
No, just a mistake.
That's the one you can't make.
$19.99 for the magazine. You probably can't make that mistake.
$19.99. At least it wasn't a hard R, but it was $19.99 for the N word. That's what I paid.
There you go.
Good stuff there, Phil. That's. Boy, I wonder what that guy's life is like.
He's just a sophomore, right? He's got another shot
freshman.
at it next year.
He's a freshman.
Freshman?
Yeah, he was in the recruiting category. I just said that.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm telling you, I hope this guy is really good for Eastern Michigan, and he hits the portal and ends up transferring to an SEC school.
Great.
There's the NIL deals that guy could get, or maybe he won't get any, and everyone's too scared to come close to him. I don't really know how it will work. You got Sue. He comes to Texas. You got Sue Patrick selling Noah K shirts.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I know one. It's Noah K.
Yeah, man, I got that T-shirt.
That'd be great. So, yep, it is misspelled in the Phil Steele magazine. The rumors are true. That they forgot a letter on that one. It's good stuff. All right, Big 12 over/under. Since you asked, Buck.
Yes, sir.
Not a lot of high numbers here. You've got a 3-way tie at 8.5 wins with Arizona State, Kansas State, and Texas Tech at 8.5 regular season wins, according to the folks in Vegas.
Okay, I got Arizona State because I like that quarterback's coming back, and they got some guys on defense coming back.
So if you were picking your own Bucky Godbolt preseason poll for the Big 12, you'd put ASU number 1?
I would.
Okay. Can I buy into Texas Tech?
I would buy into them in about third place right now, behind K-State.
I can't do it. I can't pick Texas Tech to win the conference because they've never done it. So until I see them actually do it, I'm not going to predict it to happen. I think they'll get to Arlington this year, but I don't think they will.
Don't they have to?
Sure feels like they have to. I don't know. Maybe they don't have to. Like, Cody Campbell I don't want to see
Coach McGuire coaching the secondary at Midland High.
Oh, he won't even get a head job in high school. He's going to be.
No, he's going to coach the secondary from Midland.
Oh my God, he'll be doing 10th grade social studies and
Oh, yeah.
secondary coaching at Midland High. Yikes.
Yeah, that's his next gig.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. I think as long as Joey McGuire is liked by Cody Campbell's going to buy him enough talent to just make sure at some point he wins. Right?
Well, Cody Campbell's only going to like that dude so much.
Well, I think there's a very good Cody Campbell was at Big 12 Media Days.
He was?
I saw him interviewing with like some radio station at Conference Media Days. Now, they didn't give him an entire press conference to himself, which at this point is a little bit of a surprise because that guy feels like one of the most powerful and well-known people in college football right now. But he was there trotting around, apparently doing interviews. And I'm thinking that guy is going to make himself AD at some point. I'm thinking he's like, he already might as well be how much he's funding the whole department. But I think that guy is like, I think his ego is going to get the best of him, and he's going to like Jackie Moon this thing.
Where he wants to be the AD period.
Yeah. Hey, Kirby Hocutt, you're not doing a good enough job. Let me take over. I call the shots anyways. Or he's like, you know what? Let me be the football coach. I can be the football coach. I got this.
No. Oh, see, that can't happen.
I hope it does. That'd be great. That'd be a great end to this this little limelight story Texas Tech has right now. They're 15 minutes of fame. That'd be great for it to go crash and burn.
No, they won't let it get that far. They may make him the AD because they want him to spend every cent that he has on their programs, but they won't let him actually coach because that's when it goes too far when he actually becomes a coach. They can make him assistant coach.
It goes too far if he's
part-time guys that can just show up and be at the meetings and talk.
I think that guy wants a part-time gig.
Yeah, he's got other things to do. He has money to do. He has things to do.
That guy wants a headset on every game day. He wants to be calling the shots.
Him and Coach Belichick's girl, they want to be calling shots now.
Hey, Joey, I got your yeah. Joey, what's your buyout again?
Oh, God.
I just made that much yesterday. So go ahead and call this play for me here, please, would you?
Yeah, this is a very important down. I want you to call this play.
Oh, man, I'm only kind of kidding, I think. I'm not sure. Not sure I am. But I was like, what is that guy doing he could be wherever he wants right now, but that is like, you're not going to see any Texas donors at SEC Media Days next week. At least I don't think you are.
No.
I don't know if they'd let him in. Maybe they'd pay enough money to the conference they could get in, but like, I don't know if I've ever seen a big money donor attend a conference media days. That's literally what Cody Campbell is, and he's there.
That dude was at the media day.
Maybe it's the Big 12, like, well, nobody cares about us, so let's do whatever we can to get some news.
That's kind of embarrassing that's embarrassing for the Big 12, really.
Bizarre, isn't it? That's a unique bit right there. All right, Arizona State, Kansas State, and Texas Tech at 8.5. We won't do this whole thing, but Baylor,
okay.
Iowa State, and Utah are at 7.5. So that's how Vegas sees the top 6 in the Big 12 shaping out this year.
Baylor needs that first game.
It's funny because yesterday we said it. Phil Steele has Baylor, Utah, and Iowa State. So those 3 teams that are second in the eyes of Vegas, Phil Steele has those 3 teams tied for first in his preview mag prediction.
Wow.
So yeah, I tend to lean more to Vegas being right than Phil Steele being right. But
yeah, for sure.
Last year, the Big 12 could not have been more different than what I thought and what everybody else thought. So, hey, West Virginia's picked to finish last this year, according to Phil Steele, and according to Vegas, they've got the lowest win total. Maybe Rich Rod wins the conference this year.
Hey, he's back.
He's back. Anything's possible after last year in that league, right?
Yeah, I think that Arizona State's coach is a pretty good coach.
Yeah, I do too. I think there are a couple of decent coaches. I think Chris Kleiman at Kansas State's a very good coach. I think Coach Dillingham at Arizona State proved that he is a very, very good coach as well. Yep. We know what Whittingham has done at Utah over all these years. I know last year was a big down year for them, but he's still one of the better coaches, I think, in America. So
absolutely.
Yeah, there's Lance Leipold at Kansas has done a good job. I know they had a down year in 2024, but fact that Kansas is making bowl games every year now compared to what they were before he got there. Like, there's some decent coaches in that conference. But I think all of them would leave for a better job if they got offered at this point. Don't you?
Yes.
Like,
Yes, especially Coach McGuire. He'd leave if he got an opportunity, even though they're buying a team, he'd get out of there.
I think, in Coach McGuire's perfect world, Texas Tech, like, they go 10-2, they win the Big 12, they make the playoff, and then Auburn comes calling.
Yes.
And Joey McGuire's like, hey, I got
Bye,
this
y'all.
call. No, I don't know. I think you could go to Cody Campbell and be like, how much you want me? Hey, show me the money. I'm Jerry Maguire now, bitch.
Oh, my
Show me the
God.
money. And then he ends up sticking around at Lubbock because he gets a ginormous.
Oh, he could do that. They could do that for him.
Yeah, they could. They absolutely could.
He could also win. He could also lose 5 games and be like, here's the door. You get out here by week 6, you're gone.
Cody Campbell is making Texas Tech. Like, it's I don't know if it's one of the most attractive jobs in the country, but it's creeping up the list. Like, there are people who are going to stick around there for a while as long as that guy's checks keep cashing.
Yeah, I mean, once again, when you're coaching, you can live in a lot of places. I mean, if you got a couple little kids that are in middle school, they can survive it. I mean, if you got a wife that just wants to chill out and be with the neighbors and, do your meet and greets as a coach and be around that stuff, it's okay. But I don't know enough about Lubbock. I've been there and I've lived in all kinds of places. Hell, I lived in Champaign, Illinois for 5 years. I can live anywhere. I mean, are we talking just how bad is it?
It's not great.
Remember, I do gardening. I don't go very far. So, I don't have to go see plays and I don't go to a lot of concerts. I mean, is it like that? Just survive?
I've been to Lubbock twice in my life. One thing that Lubbock at least could brag about back when I was in college, the 2 times I visited Texas Tech, they had more fast food restaurants per capita than any city in the country. I'll tell you what, that resonated with me.
Yes. See, that would work for you. Yes.
It's good for the college kids too, because college kids love the fast food. So that was a good
there
thing
you go.
for Texas Tech. The bad thing, maybe the worst thing, the entire city smelled like cow shit.
Yeah, well, like I said, I lived in Champaign. It smelled like sheep shit. It was so bad in the summertime. The sheep there. I mean, it was foul.
So that's bad. And they also have like crazy dust storms that happen there because it gets so windy on the plains that like there will be dust storms to where it's like you have to be inside, otherwise you're in serious trouble.
See, you're making up stuff now. You're just making shit up.
It's a real thing. 100% real thing. There's even a term. I can't
like in your neighborhood.
Term.
You mean like if you're at your HOA? I mean, in your neighborhood, dust storms are just going to come up.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are in Lubbock. Like, there's going to be a crazy dust storm. There's a term for it. I'm looking it up because I don't remember it. Oh yeah, haboobs.
What?
Literally, that's a term. Haboobs. Intense dust storms.
The habooks are coming.
The habooks are coming. The boobs are coming. They got plenty of those at Texas Tech too. Now, hang on. Haboobs are intense dust storms characterized by a wall of dust and sand carried by strong winds. They are frequent occurrence in Lubbock, especially during spring and fall, and are often associated with thunderstorms. So how about that? You're getting thunderstorms and you're getting dust flying around the air at the same time. They got tumbleweeds flying around there. It is it doesn't feel like the same state that we're in here in the Austin area. I can tell you that.
I was in Wichita and saw my first tumbleweed. Like, it came right across the highway, like right in front of as I was driving. I'm like, this is Oz, right? I'm in a different land. There's like these tumbleweeds coming across the highway. And I'm like, so that is a tumbleweed, that big bush that's rolling around. It looks like a tire.
I think the first tumbleweed I ever encountered as a driver, because I moved away from Kansas, well before I got my driver's license. But the first tumbleweed I think I encountered was driving from Austin to Lubbock. And I was driving a truck at the time, but I saw one of them like just like roll out in front of my truck, and I'm like, oh shit, like I can't avoid. I was like, it was last minute. I couldn't swerve. I was going fast. I'm like, I'm screwed because I didn't really know what it was, and then I hit it, and it just poof.
It's like hitting a piece of
I'm like,
cotton.
yeah, I'm like, oh, those are real things. Huh.
Okay, so now the first time I saw what I thought was a ground squirrel, but I think it was a prairie dog, was in Lubbock. Is that what Lubbock's filled with, little prairie dogs too? And
I didn't see
never seen a
any
prairie
prairie
dog.
dogs.
That's where I saw my first prairie dog, was in Lubbock.
Yeah, I believe that they're there. If you saw them back then, I'm sure they're still there now.
Unless it was a rat in the ground living in a hole.
They weren't hanging out at the bars I was at.
No.
I would have loved to have seen a prairie dog just bellied up at the bar stool next to me, just popping a cold one. But no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that would have made it good for me, like having a pellet gun and popping the prairie dogs.
So it's not somewhere like people don't go like Felix Ojo was not considering Texas Tech. Then someone's like, man, we'll give you $5 million to live here. It's like, you know what? I could deal with some tumbleweeds and some haboobs.
Wow.
I'll take it. Yeah, that's, Joey McGuire, same thing. Like, it might be a more attractive city that comes calling for him if he has a really good year. I don't think anyone's trying to poach him away from Tech right now. But
no, I don't think I can't survive all the dust.
I mean, what's your price? Like, obviously, if you're making the same amount of money, there's a reason a lot of Tech grads moved to Austin. I got a bunch of buddies who went to Tech who live here now. Like, they don't want to stick around in Lubbock. There's more to do in Austin. There's just a better quality of life, better everything here. So how much would it take you? Like, let's say you could do the same job. You're still hosting on TSU. You're moving to Lubbock. How much would it take you to go move out there?
Oh, probably about 600 G's.
Okay, less than $1 million.
Less than $1 million. I could sustain.
I think I would need 7 figs.
Would you?
Yeah, I think I'd have to have that. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody out there. Like, I feel like the people who do stick around post college are very weird because don't you have to be?
I know some people are now, my hometown in Pennsylvania, I could go there as an old man and live, growing up there, but I couldn't do my younger years and, remain like some of my friends have done that were steel millers and their dad they worked in the steel. I couldn't do that. I had to venture out. But as an old man, I can go and live in a lot of places,
Yeah. I don't know what the farming is like out there in Lubbock.
Dust doesn't sound good for farming. It doesn't sound like it's a good place for the gardens that I like to do.
Like you're golfing and all of a sudden a giant haboob comes through.
If I'm out there standing on the green.
Think about all the hobbies, like your quality of life. You can't just think about it from a monetary standpoint. Like all of the things that you love to do, you would be giving up if you moved out there.
They golf out there. My ball would roll forever.
I'm sure. Well, if you're playing into the wind, if you're playing against the wind, then your drive's going about 60 yards.
Do they have green grass?
I don't know. You might be hitting on tumbleweeds.
No, I can't do a lot of dustness. The dust, no.
That's why it's more than 600 G's
You're
for
right.
me. It's a cool meal. $1 million a year, I would do it, but I don't like $9.99. Not even doing that. Give me that last dollar.
You would be having food brought into you. You would never go to the store. You wouldn't go out. You have you mean those people have dusty ass cars all the time?
I would go to all of the college places. That's for sure. At my age, I'd be going to all the college bars. Because as Mike Leach says, those fat little girlfriends, there's plenty of those out there.
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriends, too bad.
I'm glad our guy Longhorn in Lubbock is tuned in. I know he's a regular, and he's texting in on the Coda text line. Lubbock is awful. Lived here most of my life. People aren't friendly, and the atmosphere isn't good. The dust storms make it impassable. It's harsh on vehicle engines.
Wow.
And he said a lot of us are job anchored in Lubbock. Yeah. I mean, look, Lubbock's a big enough city where people have jobs out there. Like they have their own economy beyond just the university. But man, I don't, it's not for me.
And I hear the people aren't nice. I mean, I can't deal with a bunch of
Dude, Tech fans, people say Ohio State fans are the Eagles fans of college football. And I haven't been around enough Ohio State fans to confirm nor deny that. But to me, Tech fans were Eagles fans pre-2017. The Eagles have actually won stuff now, right? They've got 2 rings. But
Yes.
the Eagles before 2017, they hadn't won jack you know what. Texas Tech hasn't won anything still to this day. And yet, like, Eagles fans, all right, they're still obnoxious. I still hate them, but like they got some room to talk now. Forever, they couldn't say anything, yet they would still chirp all the time. That is
Right.
Texas Tech. They've never won anything in any relevant sport, and they still chirp nonstop. So you have to deal with those people probably chirping about other stuff besides just Texas Tech football. But they're like, it's obnoxious out there. Obnoxious.
Oh, they probably got some fine dining, though. They probably got some nice restaurants there.
It cracks me up so much that like Tech fans think like Texas is like, oh, you got such an inflated view of yourself. You guys haven't won shit. I don't understand. Like, we've won stuff before. Of course, we're going to have an inflated view. Like, we're one of the best college football
All
programs
right. Well,
ever.
tell me, where would I rather live? There or College Station? I can live in College Station. College Station is like being in
College Station.
It's like being in Champaign, Illinois, I bet.
Yeah. Well, College Station is closer. So you could get to Austin. It's closer to Houston. Like, Lubbock's a trek out there, man. Like, it's not very close to, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Houston. It's a lot harder to get to a major city. But yeah, I think College Station, I think it's bigger. Could be wrong, but I think it's way more like a regular city than Lubbock
Okay.
is. So, I'll take door number 3 if that's offered to me.
Like Manhattan, Kansas. You take door number 3 if you had to.
No, I ain't taking Manhattan, Kansas. I think that's
No?
third on my list of the 3 we've
Wow.
talked about, because I'll at least stay in Texas if I'm in Lubbock or C-Stat. But
Man.
yeah, there's other doors I would like. What's door number 4? You got a door number 4 for me?
Holy shit. Well, once again, you've never been to Champaign, but I survived there for 5 years barely.
Yeah, just drove through Champaign. I do have a good memory of Champaign. It was driving back from the Texas Notre Dame game my senior year in college. That was not a good memory because Texas got boat raced, I think 38-3. But driving back, we just stopped at some like random gas station convenience store in Champaign, and they had 30 racks of beers for $10.99.
30 racks.
To this day, I have not found prices like that. I don't think I ever will again. I was like, all of my boys, and they were freshly stocked too. And we were in an RV, so we had plenty of storage. We literally carried like our suitcases on our laps the rest of the way. We bought so much beer and filled up like all of the cabinets and storage with beer. And we carried our luggage with us the rest of the way. That's my only Champagne memory, and it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I had some good times, but for me, because I was a gardener, the soil around there, because I could be in my garden for hours. It had the best soil that I've ever seen for growing anything. It was just I was backed up to a soybean field. Like if you open up my back gate, it was like 5 miles of just big soybean stalks. It was and so anything around me was fertile, and I'd be growing roses, and I'd be in the gardens and making that yard look great. It was okay. Didn't have any windstorms, but the smell of the sheep in the summertime, it was like, oh my God. It's just brutal.
What do you get with soybean? Just soy?
I don't know what they use all that stuff, but they put soybean in all kinds of stuff, all kinds of probably preservatives, food. I guess the Russians like our soybeans. Who knows?
You're
We ship
right.
that shit to the Russians.
Now I'm thinking like soybean oil is a thing that you see on the back of a lot of foods that we eat, or at least that I eat.
And I don't know how good it is, but we used to ship it off across the seas. We probably had the Russians used to take it from us, I believe.
It's a putang.
Yeah, Putang used to take it.
Vladdy Putang.
But no, there's a lot of places when you coach you can live in because you're not truly living anyway. You're just, you go from your house to the office, to an event, to the airport, back to your house, to your kids, to the bed, to your office. there's not very much that's going on. You have that time in the summertime, and now it's probably less and less, but recruiting was the whole month of May. You were gone from May 1st to the end of May back in the day. You'd be on the road, but that was fine with me because it was nice because I was in Dallas hanging out. I was in Miami. I was going to places. I always put on the map. I may have not got any players, but I told the head coach, here's where I can really be effective. Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Palm Beach. I can get it done for you there.
Yeah, some guys probably want to recruit closer to home, right? So they don't have to travel as far. And you're like, dude, send me as far away from this place as possible, please.
I was in Boston. I was recruiting Long Island, inner city New York, Brooklyn, Queens. I was downtown, Fifth Avenue hanging out. I'm like, everybody. I was at, Big East basketball tournaments during recruiting time. It was great.
God, that is great. Yeah, you made the most of that experience. Well done.
Oh, that was wonderful. I was a young guy just hanging out, man. It was great. Thank you for that. Hey, no credit cards, cash only. It was great.
I was going to say, stuff's paid for and you got no paper trail and you're by yourself out and about. That's a young guy's dream.
Having to go to San Diego and recruit Ricky Williams, like having to go there 50 times. Oh, I got to go. Hey, McAfee would be like, you got to go there this week, right? You're going this weekend? I'm like, I could be with my family, but no, I think I'll go to San Diego later, y'all.
I don't really like my family enough to avoid that. No, thank you.
And I never went to the San Diego Zoo the whole time. I've never been to the San Diego. As many times as I went there, I've never been. And they tell me it's a wonderful zoo. I know you're laughing at the zoo, but for those that have been, I never got to Del Mar and I never got to the San Diego Zoo recruiting that dude.
Why would you go to the zoo when there's like other cool stuff there?
Like the beach?
I mean, we just talked about how we don't want to be in areas that smell like animal shit. Now you're paying to go to an area that smells like animal shit?
They tell me it's a fantastic zoo.
What makes a zoo
fantastic? You're not a zoo. You go to San Antonio. I go to San Antonio and love the zoo there. You go to the one up in Dallas.
I'm not going to any. Since I've become an adult and I've had the ability to choose what I do.
You go to the zoo in South Oak Cliff.
No, I'm not going to a zoo. Never. I'm not going to a zoo.
You're going to have kids someday, and your ass is going to the zoo and the circus.
Look, if I have kids one day, then that will give me an excuse to go to the zoo. But as a guy who does not, you're talking like you weren't with your kids and you were wanting to go to the zoo. Dude, you were drinking at the time. Go to a bar. Go to a restaurant. Go to the beach. You're in San Diego. Go to the beach. Don't go to the zoo.
No, my God.
Oh, man. All right. We got to get a couple of sponsor shout outs. We have Texas recruiting update. A key Texas target will be committing later today. We'll kind of set the table for that one. And then we have to show the people our TBT video today of a fight that recently went down outside of the Star in Frisco. Speaking of Big 12 Media Days, that's where they just were. This was a big fight that took place outside of one of the bars in Frisco. So we'll get the Buck to maybe do some play-by-play for that one. But before we get to those stories, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say what our friends over at, of course, Hat Creek Burger love it. Did I do Hat Creek already? Or I just mentioned Hat Creek. But no, Hat Creek Burgers, 25 locations in Texas, born and bred right here in Austin, Texas, folks. Go get yourself a nice double with cheese today. Looks like a wonderful Thursday to go and head out to Hat Creek. Hell, take the neighborhood kids. Take the kids over there to Hat Creek Burger. Nothing wrong with picking up a couple kids in the net. Well, don't just pick them up. You got to ask their parents if they can go with you. Don't just drive around and say, get in the car. I'm taking you to get a hamburger. Stranger danger. But go to Hat Creek Burger, folks, and then some of the locations have breakfast. Now, don't take them to breakfast. Let them eat breakfast at their own house. But lunchtime, get them a double. Get them a double with cheese. And how about the great fries that they have at Hat Creek Burger? And, of course, the wonderful shakes at Hat Creek Burger. Mom and Dad, if you're looking for a little hot toddy, you can get that at Hat Creek Burger. They do sell alcohol there in the afternoons while the kids are at the Playscape, the wonderful Playscapes that they have at Hat Creek Burger. But it's about the burgers at Hat Creek. They are absolutely delicious. Quality meat, quality cheese. That's not government cheese that they have at Hat Creek Burger. They got the good stuff at Hat Creek Burger. Love the milkshakes, and you will too. It's our friends at Hat Creek Burger.
Yes, sir. Perfectly said, my friend. And also, speaking of great stuff, how about AV consultations?
Oh, yeah.
That's great stuff right there. We are now 51 days away from kickoff. Texas and Ohio State. We're 44 days away from week 0, which will be the official start of the college football season. You're running out of time. It's a good thing. We're getting close to football, but you're running out of time to call AV consultations to make sure that you are on the schedule to get hooked up by the time football season gets here. The fall is the absolute best time of the year to be a sports fan. College football, the NFL, playoff baseball, the return of the NHL and the NBA. Make sure you got all of your TVs. If you want the 4-screen man cave like I have, if you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck has, what about the home theater room? 150-inch projection screen TV with the badass Sonos surround system. You can play music all over your house with the Sonos equipment that Tom McKay and his crew at AV Consultations can hook up for you. These guys are awesome, and what they do is awesome. And if you want to be awesome, you call them 512-255-8678, 512-255-8678, or online at avconsultations.com. And got to give some love to Hurricane Hecht. I think we're going to talk to Hurricane Hecht on the show tomorrow morning.
Sweet.
The go-to personal injury attorney in Austin. So if you or anyone you know gets hurt in a car accident, hurt on the job, bit by a dog, plenty of dogs running around Central Texas these days. If one of them bites, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. He's the best at what he does. He's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. I'll vouch for him. He's got your back. A friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. He's going to get you what you deserve. And the best part of Hurricane Hecht, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Give him a call, 512-938-8929, or you can find them online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. The pandas are back at a lot of zoos in America too, BK. The big pandas. Yeah, man.
Red panda? Red panda's back?
No, not red panda. Black and white panda. The real pandas are back. Not that phony on the tricycle.
Oh, come on.
How's she doing? She healing up pretty good? She's probably healing up. A couple more weeks.
You just struck two nerves right there, calling her a phony and then saying she's on a tricycle. Come on.
She's not going to get back up on that horse anytime soon.
She'll be on the unicycle before you know it. Just watch.
Yeah, the thing about that is she's not getting a lot of meals in right now trying to rehab. So that's going to help her with her balance.
Oh, my God. You think her wrist injury is preventing her from being able to eat?
Well, just that tilting front ways like that with those arms, that underarm stuff.
No, the machine, her bike was broken. It was injured in transit. It was the bike's fault. It wasn't her.
Always the bike, always the equipment.
It was the unicycle's fault. Nah, man, she's like Tom Brady. You don't count out the GOAT, all right? Every time you think, oh, he might be taking a step back. Nope. He'll win you another Super Bowl.
This is a great time to retire. She doesn't want to go out like that, though, does she?
No, she's going out on top. She's Peyton Manning and John Elwaying this thing.
Oh, my goodness.
She's going to come back and do like Game 7 of the NBA Finals next year, or maybe the NBA All-Star Game next year.
LeBron's last game. Hey, she'll be doing LeBron's last game.
She's going to crush it. She's going to flip like 15 bowls on her head at once, setting some kind of world record, and it's going to be glorious.
6 is as many as you can do with the magnets. They don't go past 6 bowls.
No magnets. That's real bowls right there, brother.
Yeah.
That is real bowls right there.
Love it.
All right, quick recruiting nuggets. Another Longhorn target will announce his commitment today. 4-star defensive lineman Jamarion Carlton from Temple, so very close to Austin. He's going to commit this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Texas, Baylor, LSU, and Texas Tech are the 4 finalists here.
Oh, Tech jumped in there with the cash.
I'm telling you, for a while, this thing has felt like Texas v. Baylor, but you can't count Texas Tech out of any recruitment at this point, can you?
No.
I think Jamarion Carlton's not as highly rated as Felix Ojo, so I don't think it would be like a $5 million fully guaranteed contract, but would it surprise anybody?
Two would do it. $2 million would do.
I was going to say, would it surprise anybody if Texas Tech drops some sort of bag to get Jamarion Carlton today? I don't think so. But Baylor has been the trending team this week, which it felt like Texas was in the lead for a lot of this recruitment. And Baylor has, really made it a point of emphasis to lock down local recruits this year. And they've kind of gone full court press on Jamarion Carlton. So, look, Baylor's got some NIL money. I don't think they have what Texas has. I don't think they have what Texas Tech has, but they've got some that they can spend. And if they are truly prioritizing Jamarion Carlton more than these other schools, then there's a good chance that they get his commitment. I think right now Baylor is actually the favorite, as weird as that might sound, because it's always felt like if it's Texas or Baylor for a talented recruit, he's going to pick Texas.
Yes.
But again, the game has changed in the space of NIL, and teams have a finite amount of money. And if one team's like, I want to use a bigger portion of our money on this guy, and the other team's like, we don't think he's as valuable, so we're only spending this much, then they're going to lose him to the team that's willing to spend more. So we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong. But
boy, that'd be a hell of a loss to lose to Baylor.
I know.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Again, it's not National Signing Day yet. I think we're 146 days away from that. I've had to memorize that now because of how much panic there's been amongst Texas fans with how bad recruiting has been the last 2 to 3 weeks. So, commitment today doesn't mean a signing today, but I think Baylor right now is the favorite for Jamarion Carlton, at least according to the folks that I've talked to.
Yeah, once again, unless these guys have checks in the mail or money in the bank, they still have to sign in December. That is there's still a lot of times to change a lot of minds, even though you hear people saying they're going here and going there. They get into those senior years and start playing, and they start seeing the teams that they thought about going to aren't winning during the course of the season and are not getting enough pub. The minds get changed in a hurry.
Yeah.
Some of it won't be about the money. Some of it will be about the way the teams play.
Bingo. Right. You said it. Those two things right there. Like NIL promises won't be delivered upon. That will change some minds. And then, again, Texas got 2 flips from Florida State last year. So, you get a team like that, one of your recruiting rivals or just someone who recruits really well, if they completely underachieve, like look at Baylor with Mexican Mr. Clean, Dave Aranda. If they go 4-8 this year and Texas is back in the playoff, then Jamarion Carlton might be like, well, I don't want to go to Waco. I'd rather go be a part of that. And
absolutely.
So that kind of things those kind of things can happen. Coaching changes cause recruiting changes. Sark has been great at flipping guys. I think he'll flip a few more this year, but hopefully you don't have to flip Jamarion Carlton. Hopefully he ends up committing today.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That'd be nice, but it seems like Baylor is the trending team right now.
No doubt.
All right, we got to get to this, and in a couple of minutes we'll get Wags and Double R's thoughts on this as well. But we've got a girl fight, Buck.
Yeah, those are cool.
I'm not talking about like your stereotypical slap fight, cat fight.
No, I need pieces of hair coming out.
We've got hair getting pulled. We've got punches being thrown.
Nobody's biting, are they?
I don't think there's any biting, but I might, if you're up to do a little play-by-play and describe what's going on, I might ask you to do that from your broadcasting chops that you've built up over the years, because we've got no sound on this one.
Any titty punches?
There is a titty out.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if there was a titty punch, but at some point in this, there is a
one drop.
One breast.
Drop, nice.
That comes
one
out.
One drop low.
Well, here we go. You let us know what's happening here.
Oh yeah, that is. Oh God, sumo style. Yeah.
Takedown right there, right?
Oh yeah, good takedown. Very nice.
Look at that. Those are punches being thrown. She's pulling her hair with one hand and throwing haymakers with the other.
Her friend came to rescue. She should have just stayed back. Her friend in the red came, and the other 2 girls said, "That's enough."
Now, we got a little.
These girls are dressed up, and they're dressed up. This is not.
Look at that. There's your boob. That's out, Buck.
I see. Oh, you didn't have to kick her. Oh, and then she took one to the face. In the face. She got slammed. She hit the girl that was down, and her friend gave her one right to the chops. Loose titty. Wow. Loose titty, too. That's great.
We had a titty on the loose.
Yeah, I don't know how those girls kept their clothes on. There's a lot of grabbing going on. They got some tight-fitting stuff because some of that stuff should have come off.
Oh, there's some hoo-ha being shown at one point, and there is a breasticle being shown at another point.
I like it when there's a formal fight. That's formal. Yeah, that's formal.
This
They're
is
all formed up.
punches being thrown.
Bam.
Boom! You get the takedown right there. It's good wrestling moves, and then again, left hand holding the hair, right hand punch, 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 punch.
See the girl in the red. That's a mistake because then this other girl's friends come up and go, "Bam! Get back, bitch."
Girl in the green is the regulator here. I mean, she
Yes,
shoves
she
that girl off, throws her to the ground.
Bam.
Then she shoves that girl. That's where the boob pops out.
Yeah,
and then
she
the
doesn't
green,
really want to be into it. The girl in the green doesn't want this, but this is what's going to happen here. That you can't do that. Bam!
Boom!
Oh, you're not going to do that to my friend. You are not going to hit her while she's down.
The girl with the boob out doesn't fix her dress. She just like gets right back into the fight after being thrown to the ground. She gets up, boob out, and she like goes back to the pile and kicks one of the girls. And then that's where the lady in the green comes back and just goes boom, like a clothesline almost to the
you see,
lid.
that's why you have to be a first responder for the one with the boob out. Oh, honey, it looks like you're cut right here. Let me help you.
Yeah, let me feel just to make sure. I'm gonna give you a free mammogram here. I got you.
Dude, that is so. Look at this. That is horrible. That girl in the red, you should have stayed back. Her friends aren't liking that. The girl in the green doesn't play that game.
No, there's a lot of hair pulling going on here. Again, they're all throwing punches. These aren't little slaps. Like these are legit closed fists.
I love when the girl in the green comes when they're doing it with the girl who's down on the ground. You can't do that. No. Bam.
Oh. Dude, I didn't even notice the guy. This is like the 800th time I've watched.
There's a guy there somewhere?
Apparently there's a guy at the end. Look at him. There he is at the very end. He's like trying to break it up. He might have been
dude. That dude does not want to get in there and get himself hit.
Look, it's towards the end. We'll show it one more time, and we'll bring on.
He's the Uber. I think he's the Uber driver.
I've never seen Double R so locked in on his computer screen in my life. He's just staring in the green room. He's in the green room. Hey, look at this. Towards the end here.
Flings that girl.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the girl in the green is she's the boss of this whole thing. She doesn't do much.
Don't go
there
kicking her.
There's the guy. Like he's
Damn.
Looks like he's got a credential or lanyard on. So he might be like security in the area or somebody who's just like
mall cop.
Yeah, maybe a little mall cop action.
That's an Uber guy. He's going back to the cab. He's going back to his car.
Let's bring on. Let's get Double R's thoughts on this here first.
Man, damn. See, that's why I have two monitors in here, man. Gotta have the enlarged monitor. Man, what a takedown right there.
This is why I've got the AV Consultations 4TV set up. I'm going to watch this on all 4 screens after the show.
You and me both. And look at this. Take your heels off, darling. Come on, man. Boom. There she goes.
Down she goes. I mean, the girl in the green does like 3 things here. She shoves the red dress down, shoves the black dress down.
And this is at her best right here. Wags, watch her come to the rescue here.
That is the Uber driver.
Out.
Then here.
Bam.
Oh,
and then
talk about getting cold cocked. Man.
Cold cock.
And there are some girls with some scrapes on their booties. I'll tell you that.
That girl doesn't even try to put her titty away.
No, and I'm okay with that.
Where is this again?
This is in Frisco, outside the store near the Cowboys practice facility.
These are girls wanting to ride with Jerry Jones. Jerry's waiting. Jerry's filming.
The Jerry is probably the only person in the world who's watched this more than I have.
Man, look at that other one over there, just kind of swatting away.
And these are good-looking women too.
Yeah, they are, man.
Yeah, put your shorts titty all out. Those are fake.
Yeah, that one standing straight up.
That's a fake breast.
It is Dallas, so there's a good chance you're right.
It didn't move. It didn't bounce. It had no movement.
Man,
it just sat there. It was perfectly
placed. Didn't have it close enough. Yeah, but the dress.
And now they're going to go into
right
the bar.
underneath.
They're going to go to the bar together and just start getting hammered.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet that tit hit the concrete and cracked it.
Oh.
Look at this right here. Boom.
Oh, you don't think this is the end of the night? You think they stayed out after this?
No, they're all in the same Uber and go and start pounding some drinks.
She's in socks. She's in socks.
No, those are shoes, Wags.
The white shoes? Hold on. See the girl in the back?
She's in flats. Yeah, she's in flats. Man, but this right here, the kick, boom. Jeez.
Oh, that girl in the green was not having any of that kicking.
Oh, man. The girl in green's the enforcer, Arn Anderson. Man,
Man, those girls would whip. Hey, those girls would whip my ass. That girl in the green would whip my old ass.
I lit her.
All five of these girls would whip your ass.
No, get away from me.
Look at that takedown move. You're done.
In high heels.
You need your life alert watch. That's help. I've fallen and I can't get up after she
my
takes
watch
me
would have.
down.
Hey, my watch would have called the cops by now.
Man, can you imagine the road rash on these ladies after this? The
She's in Nike
their
socks.
rear ends are all
She's in Nike
wrapped
socks. Those aren't flats.
You're right. After another look,
That's a smart girl.
One of the
Take your
girls
shoes
is in
off.
socks.
It's like,
And there's one who's bare feet. They're barefoot too.
Holy shit. I didn't even see that shot before.
Yeah, it's like take your rings off, take your heels off, take your watch off.
She's got a leg
You know what? I
tattoo.
can imagine what their nails must be like. Their nails are all jacked up now.
Oh man, they had to go to.
I
the
need more of
salon.
this. I need to know what led up to this. These actually look like trained fighters.
You know what? This is what we need, Wags, on a flight. On the flight, that's what BK needs on his flight. Is that action right there?
Yeah, I'd be good with that kind of stuff on the flight or the airport.
No way.
Yeah, these
I'd
five,
love to know what
and
caused this.
I'd be consoling. I'd be consoling them afterwards. Like, oh, here, I got
Paying
you.
for the Uber. Who is paying for the
Look
Uber?
at that.
Or a dude. It's either paying finances or a dude.
This red girl. It's like, just get out.
He came in with a straight up kick. She's got a leg tattoo. I think the girl in the socks knows how to fight.
Yeah.
She,
The girl in the red is definitely
this
the
one, she's
weakest.
like-
And those things are fake. That thing didn't
like,
move.
here we come. Should just
Oh.
hit her with that.
Oh,
Boom.
She's lucky that girl
I'm
didn't have
surprised
something in her hand when she punched her in the face.
I'm surprised she got up right away.
Pulled that dress down. She is just strutting.
Yeah.
Man, and you know they're wearing thongs because like when they fall
Oh,
over, you see their
yeah.
ass.
Rodney, I don't think one girl was wearing anything.
That's some scary stuff. That made me sore right there.
Now
That's
that's
some
extreme fighting right there.
Great stuff. What do you mean scary? That's stuff of dreams, not stuff of nightmares.
Is this what we have going on up there at the Star now, up in the Dallas area, up there with the rich and famous? This is what they're into now.
Guess so. Yeah, I went out at the Star a couple of months ago after a wedding. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything like this, but that area's developed a ton. There's a bunch of bars and restaurants, good nightlife out there these days. So I'm
Well,
sure
that look
there's
like
been,
good nightlife there. What they need is they need an air marshal like myself up in that area, obviously.
Yeah. And
they were on the ground. Why do they need an air marshal?
Well, because I could pop out of the building with my badge and my gun.
Paul
I
Blart.
think the point is that you're
No,
supposed to be
they would
incognito.
stop immediately. Once they saw my badge, they would stop all that action.
Why are you stopping them?
I don't want them to hurt each other.
Come on,
Oh.
man. Well, and the person taking the video was a guy because the video
Of
never
course.
stopped.
Oh,
and
yeah.
and he got every ass shot and every boob shot. Had to be a dude. Had to be a dude.
He could have zoomed in a little more at times, but he's not a professional. Not all of us can be pros. I would have been going zooming in and out just to make sure
BK would've
everything.
been right there on the ground.
Yeah. He probably had
Oh,
an
yeah,
iPhone
you're right.
8.
I might have gone full like a UFC rep or WWE rep and just slid in on the ground right there and started doing the countdown.
Yeah.
Well, that girl was
really
trying her best to slam that girl's head into the concrete.
It old
This
red
one right
over
here with the
here.
socks comes up with a kick.
Get out of
Kick
here,
with a
Red.
kick. Then the green, you're right. The green is the boss. She's mama.
yeah.
She comes she throws this one off. She's got something for the girl with the fake boob right here. Look, fake boob all hanging out on the left.
That girl just
Not
pops
moving.
right up. Right here. Boom.
Right here she comes down with a kick. Now watch.
Oh.
Boom, right across to the face. Down she goes. Ass cheeks up.
Cold cocked. Cold cocked. God.
This is
Man.
good. This is the
What
internet,
about my
man.
purse? What about my
Sign me up.
purse? What about my Louis Vuittons?
And all those phones
Louis
falling out
Vuitton,
of
the
there.
Louis Vuitton purses.
Yeah, Louis Vuitton. Yeah.
Yeah,
Lewis
hey, don't
Hamilton
lose your
purses.
phone. First thing I would have said, where's my cell phone?
Yeah. Give me my phone. You're right, though. I'm
First
sure
thing
they
that fell
all
out of
hung
their
out
hands was
later.
their cell phone. I would have stopped the fight right then and there. Like, no, wait, my lifeline.
All right, boys, I got to go get some ice on my head after watching that.
Which
Dude.
head? Later,
All right,
buddy.
guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow too. Have a good show.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another.
We got to
edition
find
of
out who
Chaos
those
Theory.
women are, man. We got to get them on the show.
I
That'd
bet
be
they
a
were. They're probably like girlfriends of athletes.
Think so?
No, Not at
No.
all.
Yeah,
Girls,
maybe
girlfriends of athletes wouldn't have. I don't know what
college athlete.
These girls looked like fighters. I mean, there was some.
Well, the green
there were
one
some
did.
combos being thrown here, buddy. There was a couple of right, a right cross, a left jab, and then another a leading front kick being thrown there. I mean, there were some good combos. Three hit, 4 hit combos there, man.
Green girl had to be
combat, dude.
Green girl had to be a country girl. Green girl had to be a country girl because the way that she was just like grabbing stuff, like grabbing bales of hay. You know, like when you're baling hay, you just pick them up and toss them.
Pulling hair up, or she was in wrestling or something, pulling hair up and then coming back and just cold cocking, knocking somebody into next week.
We ain't doing no headgear and no gloves. As a matter of fact, we want them dressed just like they were. You have to wear the same attire. And red girl, it's like I bet she regretted going in there because she got planted right on her little.
She got tossed all over the place.
Oh.
The lady with the leg tattoo and the socks, the white socks and white Nike socks coming in. She looks like she looks like a heavy hitter. She looks like she can lay some blows, man.
Yeah. And you're definitely right about boob girl. She likes to show them things off.
Those things, they were out and they weren't moving. They weren't moving. She didn't care. She was just like, guess what? The lights are on, baby.
That's right. I've heard that about women. Like when they go get that done, when they first get that done.
That's the only reason why they got the augmentation, right?
Yeah. And it's like you ask them about it and they're like, oh yeah,
here.
Boom.
It's a funny story. I'm probably gonna tell them myself here. One of my friends, I think they're married. Yeah, they actually got married. I'm not gonna say her name or whatever, but she had it done and she was all about just going around. Look, you want to see him? You want to feel him? Well, they're not real. You can feel them. It's not like you're feeling my real boobs. Yeah, actually, we are. They're connected to you, so they're your boobs. And I couldn't believe that the guy was all about letting her do it and everything too. I'm just like, no, buddy. I know you paid for him, but still, man.
Yeah. I had same thing. I had a buddy like that, and his girlfriend.
Proud of him, just proud of him.
Yeah, and she'd be like, whoop, and he's like, look, try it. Go ahead.
No, it's weird, man. That's me cheating. Nope,
man. You tell me that. He told me that. He was like, look.
I mean, if I go field them, then I'm gonna probably want my wife to go get fake one. Actually, no. I've felt fake ones before. They suck, in my opinion. They suck. They're hard. They don't move, like I just said. We're supposed to have natural gravitational laws, right?
Well,
what happens?
When that happened, when my buddy did that to me,
Rodney, I'm sorry. I am blessed to have a good-looking wife, a good-looking woman that doesn't need any type of augmentations. So.
When my buddy did that, when he's like, look, try it out. Look, I was like, oh, okay.
He's sixth.
Try it out.
Those of you guys that don't know what Rodney just did, Rodney, why don't you explain to yourself?
I'm not going to be going like
this.
Text
line.
Yeah, this is the boob right here. You know, he's like, try it out. He's like tapping the boob. I'm like, okay, I'm going to like lean in. You know, I'm right here.
Tune in Tokyo. Remember that movie of girls just want to have fun or some shit like that?
Yeah.
Old school movie with Sarah Jessica Parker and Helen Hunt.
It's not regular milk coming out of that thing. That's
Rodney.
Venom.
Acetone. I don't know. I'm sure they still lactose, right? They still lactate, rather.
Can they? Like if a
Rodney,
woman...
it's all scientifically proven.
But you put them gel things in there. How can you
silicone?
Yeah. I know it's a little sack, but how do you still produce milk if you have a gel pack in there?
Because the gel pack sits on top of the muscle and everything functioning naturally.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm not a plastic surgeon, but I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express one night, and I played one on TV one time.
Dr. Adam Wagner.
Dr. Wagner. Woo! Look who got reinstated, boys.
There it is.
If I get reinstated, y'all better go to another state where I'm not practicing medicine.
He passed the bar. I never passed the bar.
That's not what passing the bar is for law.
Oh, like Hurricane Heck. Okay, Hurricane Heck passed the bar. I never passed the bar, Wags.
Are you messing with me? I can't tell if you're actually messing with me or this is legit.
What you talking about, Willis?
Okay. Welcome to Chaos Theory. We are all over the place already, man. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, Brand X. My partner in crime, Willis. He is on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on InstaFace at the _Rodney R. I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. And then make sure you hit us up on that Coda text line if you're out and about. 512-222-9328. Again, those lottery numbers, 512-222-9328. What is going on, everybody? Make sure you tell us how you're feeling in the subscribe channel here. Not that we give a shit about how you're feeling or not, but we want to check in on you. I'm kidding. We're all a happy family here on Chaos Theory and Texas Sports Unfiltered. Of course, let us know how your day is going. Let us know what you did last night. I was in some meetings last night, man. After got the internet restored back around 4:30. And yeah, by the way, it was caused by my neighbor's dog. The neighbor's dog, Choco, has been digging a little pathway or escape route underneath our fence. He's got 3 little paths, right? Now we refilled that dirt and put some rocks there so that this guy can't get out again. He's a little chihuahua, I think. But he digs up underneath the fence and gets up underneath from his yard into our yard, goes across our yard to the other side of the fence where we got a little hole cut out. Then he has access to the whole neighborhood. So he's been using our yard for a little scapegoat action to the city life.
Man, he's been out there clowning. Come on,
That's
man.
That's it. He goes out there, and then my neighbor came over. He goes, Adam, you see my dog over there? And I was, well, if I see your dog over here, I got 2 pit bulls. There's a chance that he's probably gonna get messed up over here. So no, I'll go looking for him, man. No, I mean, as soon as we went on Neighborhood Watch, we saw Choco pop up right there, and one of the neighbors had him, man. So yeah, everything turned out okay. A little worried yesterday after the dog wasn't found, but that little sucker chewed through an entire service line, man, and cut the damn service line.
You know what I was thinking about yesterday when you mentioned about the service line, when you said to me about the service line, I thought maybe it was like a possum or something like that. Or
that's what I thought at first too, right?
Digging
we'll call him Chapo. Instead of Chaco, it's a Chapo.
I'm telling you, that's a guy we need on our side, because that guy can get away from anything.
Except Sean Penn. He can't get away from Sean Penn.
Well, I'm glad that all got taken care of. Well, you know what?
Dude, you know what? I didn't realize how much of an inconvenience it is when you don't have internet, especially when you have everything set up for internet. When your cable and your internet goes out, you still have a chance to like watch TV or get some type of information, right? When you cut the cables, when you cut the cords, and you're basically just relying on the universe and the internet.
Yep.
That's, buddy, if you're not tapped in, if you're not getting juice, that's it, buddy. You're done. You go to the LTE or the 5G WU or whatever we were talking about yesterday.
Well, the bad part about it is everybody else is relying on that too. So it's like you have all that action happening on there, and it's just going to reduce the whatever you call it, bandwidth or sandwich or whatever it's called for that. But it's like so when we had the ice storm here, we're in the hospital power grid, so we never lost anything. I mean, we had power, we had everything we needed, heat, but we did lose Wi-Fi. And I remember vividly one day my wife was like, well, I don't know how we're going to survive without Wi-Fi. I'm like, lady, there are people here with no heat, no water. We're going to be fine. We're going to be all right. And that got resolved. But I'm glad that got taken care of, man, because it is. I mean, everything happens here. Hey, Coda text line, speaking of boobs and fights and all that, take a look at this one here. Let's see.
Yeah, hold on. Now, Michael C. Sorry.
Look at this lady.
Lee Castle Rock. Or no, that wasn't Lee Castle Rock. Patrick's. Oh my God.
That's that boob shot I was talking about.
Oh my God.
That's the boob shot.
She's got her own shirt, her own picture with her face on here with a screaming eagle.
That's her. She's eating chips and hot sauce. There's La Cucaracha going across the menu.
Oh God. Oh my God. Well, I just realized that was a fucking cockroach.
Yeah.
She killed a cockroach with a boob.
Killed a cockroach with a boob. Man.
Wow, that's a lot of woman right there. That's
well placed.
A lot of woman.
Well placed.
That is a lot of woman. Yeah. So Patrick, one of the boob, the boob is real, by the way. Patrick, I'm gonna contest this. Right, I'm gonna contest that left boob of the girl in the black dress that was just hanging there, and
I don't think that can be real.
I'm gonna say that's a fake augment. I'm gonna say that's an augmented boob.
Yeah,
It was enhanced. It was enlarged. It was augmented. It didn't move.
Yeah, I would think it would have to be,
He put a link in the chat. All right, okay. Patrick put a link in the chat. Patrick, I'll go down the rabbit hole here after the show. I can't go down the rabbit hole during the show. I have too much ADHD. I'll get distracted and we'll just take the show off the rails like it already is. Where do you want to go first today, partner? We are all this has
I want to go to the Star.
Our entire slate here.
I want to go to Frisco.
I know you do.
Look right there.
That is not real. That is the Uber driver, man. He had the shot of the night. He was there.
Imagine that guy. She may have had something under there. I mean, well, I don't know. It looks like that dress.
Could just be perky. That's right. You're right. It could just be perky. But I mean, that's a lot of boob for just not moving. I mean, it didn't move. That's the thing that kind of made me think it was kind of fake, is that it never moved once.
Good and firm. Well, the other part of it is those look like very young ladies.
Link gives you a better view. I got you.
It could just very well be that those are just young ladies and everything's still just nice and firm. You know, I mean, not that older people aren't, but just young people. Younger ladies could be.
Usually, I got to see some movement, right? If I'm gonna follow Patrick's link after the show and see the better shot in 4K, as they say.
You know what we need to do in crosstalk today? We need to get Jordan Scruggs' thoughts on this fight.
He won't comment.
He's gonna be like, man, I ain't got no.
Yeah, he won't comment. He won't comment. Where do you want to go first, partner?
Big 12 Media Days yesterday. A little conversation there. Lots of conversations had right there. Your Mark talking about how great the Big 12 is, and
how about Deion?
That's exactly where we're going. Deion Sanders says we need to have a salary cap.
Just look around. The only teams that were good were the teams that spent all the money. Now I'm paraphrasing.
Well,
but that's kind of the words that came out of his mouth.
He wasn't concerned about it last year when he had 52 transfers. Right. Here's Deion yesterday at Big 12 Media.
Like the top of the line player makes this, and if you're not that type of guy, you're not going to make that. That's what the NFL does. So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000, and you can't compete with that. That don't make sense. And you're talking about equality, not equality, like equal, I guess equality. And all you have to do is look at the playoffs and see what those teams spent. And you understand darn near why they're in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard to compete with somebody who's giving $25-30 million to a darn freshman class.
Right.
It's crazy. We're not complaining because all these coaches up here can coach their butts off and give them the right opportunity with the right players and play here and there, you'll be there. But it's what's going on right now don't make sense. And we want to say stuff, but we're trying to be professional. But you're going to see the same teams darn near at the end and with somebody who sneaks up in there. But the team that pays the most is going to be there in the end.
He ain't lying.
Sounds like baseball, right?
I mean, but he's Pandora's box has been busted wide open, and we got to find a way to get some constraint or get some type of control, right? There's got to be an echelon, a threshold, some type of tier, right? Like he was talking about, like a tier system, how the NFL has, to where this type of athlete or this type of individual gets paid a certain amount of dollar based off of his skill set, right? But he explained perfectly the thing that throws all that skew off is when you have someone that doesn't have that same type of ilk or that same type of skill set, but he gets that type of money to go somewhere else just to boost up their program, even though that guy isn't exactly that good. So again, it once Pandora's box got open, we told you it was going to be a business, man, and it's going to be very hard to put the lid back on that baby.
When the House settlement was said and done on July 1st or whenever that was, the folks that thought that was going to bring a little bit of equality, I mean, it does in that sense right there of revenue sharing, absolutely. But the NIL part, the name, image, and likeness part, that's still, I mean, it's wild, wild west, Wags. It's wide open. Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going to do whatever you're going to want to do, and of course the elites, they are going to go to the top of the heap, and it goes without saying, and I think that. Probably it was even more evident this year with March Madness, to where it's like you had so much chalk because those teams were bought and paid for, signed, sealed, and delivered, and they were the best. You didn't have all the parity that you have other times. So I mean, salary, but how do you do that, and how do you manage it?
I don't know. Yeah, how do you put the strengths on it, right? Like, and I kind of feel the same type of sentiments that Saban was talking about a couple of years ago, right? Like, I love seeing the players rewarded in college. I love that. I absolutely think it's fantastic. It's way too late. It should have happened a while ago, but there has to be some type of limit on it to where they can still care about, development and stuff like that, and not just the paycheck and not just going out and getting their NIL, right? Because it seems like that is the trend now. It's like everybody just wants to see what kind of number they're going to get. How much loyalty is going to be at that organization. One, that's goes through my mind. Are they good? Do they got to fulfill? Do they get that money if they have to? Of course, they'll have to fulfill some type of contractual agreement to get that NIL money, right? We all know that. But also, like, when you're taken away from the developmental portion of the ball game, like, what else is left in there to galvanize a team? Like, what are you going if you're not caring for championship contention, if you're not caring for development to get to the next league, what are you here for? Are you got paid? Where's the rest? It's like that conversation we have, like the natural season of awesomeness that an athlete has because he's on a contract year, right? And then that natural let off the next year after because they just played for everything that they went after, to get their dollar up, right? Now they're going to have a natural step back and a natural takeoff. I feel like that's going to happen in college football and college sports, right? The more these kids get paid, the bigger amount that they get paid, they're just going to be like, I got mine, right? I'm good. We win a championship, cool, whatever, man. I'll get one in the NFL, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't even get to the NFL now. Maybe they, their passion or motivation is kind of tapered down or tampered down just a little bit because they've already got the bag.
Yeah.
It's catch 22, man. It's great that they're getting paid for their play. It really is, but also, like, I believe in staying hungry, man. I just do.
And honestly, the crappy part about two things, like we talk about all the time, to where I personally, I follow recruiting. I like to know what's going on. I like to see the recruitment of Texas athletes here because, just having covered so many
around our area, right?
Around here, I like to see what's going on there. But to where it really comes down to, the commitment and all that, it really doesn't mean anything anymore because now, and it's even more frustrating to me because all these sports, football, basketball, baseball, softball, whatever, not the individual sports, but they are team games. And that's why I think that the Arch Manning scenario is even more special because what did he do? He hung around to get better, to be in that program and to eventually lead the team. And
is football not the ultimate team game, though?
Which one? Football?
Is football not the ultimate team game?
It's a lot like it. I correlate it in small ways, in very small ways, not the relevance of being in the military because you were leaning on your team.
Is, man. There's really no other sport that I can kind of associate with the military other than football, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has to do their job. If the individual on the field doesn't take care of their job, the play's going to falter.
Yeah.
And you might get some lucky athletic, magic that happens on the field, but usually a play is designed for each person to do their individual job.
And everybody's role is important, even if you're not
right a superstar. Even if you're if you're just, say you're a lineman, right? Now you can be a hellacious lineman, of course, but maybe you're just a run-of-the-mill lineman. Okay, you still got to make your block, or the superstar can't run.
That's it. Let's say that you're not on the first or second team and you're not going to get any game on Saturday, but it is your job during the week to execute scout team offense or defense to the peak ability of what your opponent is going to do. You are training. To me, that's a huge role. And I get you're not in the limelight. I get that you want to be, the superstar, but that's not your job at that point. And Jake brings up the point again. I truly like where, sit out.
Yeah, they had to sit out. They had to sit out a year or whatever.
Yeah, make them have to sit out. Make them have to sit out a little bit. It's just way too easy right now.
Yeah, there's just instant gratification. Like, you don't like the spot that you're in. I'm going to transfer out here and just go play immediately, right? Instead of having
the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's
what happens with the kids that transfer from high schools too. Like, they have to sit out a year.
Yeah.
They
And
can't,
that's why,
or they have to sit that season out, right? Not a year, but they have to sit that season out.
right. And that's why, again, I do follow recruiting, but that's why I just can't get totally jazzed up about it, because it doesn't mean, and the extravagant presentations of, when we're holding a press conference at 2:00 in the gym and there's 10 caps sitting there in front and the guy's like doing whatever. And then here's where I'm going. Okay. Yeah. For how long?
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's not a contract. It's a commitment, and commitment just doesn't mean anything anymore, it seems like. So, but yeah, I mean, a salary cap and yeah, that would be great for Deion. But yeah, he's singing different tunes right now, it seems like,
a lot than it was last year, right? Or moving into the last couple of seasons. But yeah, it's funny how when you don't sit there and back up the things that usually you were going with, because it doesn't suit your fancy this season. It's funny. We only care about the instant gratification of what's going on right now, right?
Yeah.
No, but Deion, I mean, to Deion, I'm poking at Deion, but to his point, he's not wrong, man. He's not wrong. Like, you have to have some type of control, some type of governing system on this thing, or else you're gonna get the madness that we're seeing right now, man.
Yeah, and I mean, he specifically referenced Texas Tech, to Joey McGuire and to Cody Campbell. Yeah, where it's like, these guys have all the money right now. And then he said later on, once upon a time, you guys were talking junk about me going in that portal. Now, when everybody else is going in the portal, it's okay. It's cool when they do it, is what Deion says. So, again, you got to play the system.
You know what? He's really good at playing the villain too, right? Or just playing not so much. I don't want to say he's playing the victim, but I mean, he likes to sit here and make himself the villain almost sometimes, right? Or he just puts himself in bad situations. We're not everybody's poking and picking on you, man. You're the one that brings all the attention to you.
Well, and that's why it was weird listening to that cut and then reading some of the other quotes that he talked about yesterday, because like now he's playing the victim.
Right,
now he's
exactly.
the victim.
He walked some of it back for sure.
Yeah. Well, now he's the victim, and it's like, who would ever think of primetime Deion Sanders as the victim? So. I mean,
whatever you got to do to get your recruits, right? Whatever you got to do to get your dollars up, man.
What Deion needs to do is to put them shades on and put on all that fancy shit and go on out there and find your big donor.
Lose a foot? Didn't he just get a foot amputated?
Yeah.
Or a toe?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, his feet were that messed up that he might have to have a foot amputated. I don't know if they asked him.
I know he had awful feet for a while, but and we reported that he was, might be flirting with an amputation. I don't know if the procedure actually went through or if the surgery went through. How about Scott Frost's comments, though? I didn't see Scott Frost's comments or hear Scott Frost's comments. Jake, can you elaborate a little bit on that, or maybe Rodney? Do you know what Jake's talking about here?
I missed Scott Frost. I didn't catch what he may have talked about yesterday. Maybe talking bad about his alumni. I don't know.
I'll look into it though, Jake. Thanks for the nugget. Appreciate you there.
And once again, I mean, you had Yormark, Brett Yormark, and again, this is his job. I mean, that's another guy. I mean, say what you want to say about that dude, but when he takes a podium, that dude is going to say something that's going to draw eyes, and he's talking about how great. I mean, he thinks the Big 12 can be great, and that's his job. He's the commissioner of that league. So yeah, I mean, say what you want to say about that dude, but still, I mean, are you going to compete with the Big Tens and the SECs and maybe not yet? I don't see anybody coming out of the Big 12. We talked about that yesterday. I don't see somebody that's going to jump out of that league and go, smack Georgia or Texas in the face and in a national championship game.
Who is the favorite though out of the Big 12 for you? That I mean, if you had to pick one right now, you don't have Arizona State. I would think Arizona State for me, man. Like,
I'm still going to Baylor, man.
Okay, all right. I mean, they returned. What are they? 10 on offense, 8 on defense.
Yeah. And Arizona State, though, I mean, with Sam Leavitt coming back, I mean, I know he was kind of holding court there at Big 12 Media Days yesterday. Gonna be tough to overlook them. You can't cast shade at Iowa State. I mean, Iowa State may not be as loaded, but I mean, Iowa State just seems to find ways to keep themselves in the middle of all this. But I don't, even with Dave Aranda there at Baylor, I just have a funny feeling that they're going to be. I think
you're not a Aranda guy. You don't like Dave Aranda?
Oh, I have no problem with Dave Aranda. I have no problem with Dave Aranda. I think a lot of what Dave Aranda's run into in the past is a lack of quality athletes and injuries. I mean, that's what's gotten him.
He's running into Texas being at the top of Texas's recruiting game, and you're losing that pool. The pool that you used to get, the trickle down that you used to get. Remember how we were talking about, the teams like SMU being able to pull and get people, get some athletes like that. Now, with Texas being good and SMU being back up again, Baylor's pipeline has kind of diminished a little bit. I mean, the pipeline's still there, but that crop of freshmen that they used to be able to pull kind of went down a little bit, right?
Yeah. I mean, it really has, and I think where it's gotten even harder for Baylor with the Big 12 is with, like Deion's talking about, with the amount of money that Texas Tech is willing to spend to go out and win championships, and I say win championships, and I know I'm going to catch, because a lot of people come at me with, well, Texas is out there trying to win championships. Well, that's what you do right now. If you're not out trying to win championships, your ass is going to get left behind, and again, this goes back to the A&M argument, where A&M folks are like, well, they're out there doing that. You got plenty of money too. You're just not utilizing it the right way.
Right. You're spending on the wrong shit.
Yeah.
So A&M, Baylor 8-5 last year, 10 on offense they returned, and then 8 on defense they returned. That's a nice little load coming in for 26. All right. But then the Sun Devils 11-3 last year, and then they also eight returning starters on offense and 9 on defense. So to me, Rodney, I mean, you only got to supplement. You got to find new jobs for 11 people, or 3 people on your offense, and then 2 people on your defense. I feel like Arizona State's got the nod for me, man. But of course, I went based off of this, this type of information last year, and made a prediction that the Cowpokes would be there, and look what happened to the Cowpokes.
And this just goes back to where, like you mentioned,
get any good sound from Gundy?
No.
Did Gundy give us any good sound yesterday? I didn't have the internet on when Gundy was on.
I didn't hear anything from Gundy. We can play the old sound. That's always good.
I mean, everybody knows the old sound.
But this is where I mean, despite, like we were mentioning the other day, I mean, the Big 12 is interesting because, I mean, hell, TCU. I mean, there are so many in there. You can't discount anybody right now, because it just seems like you don't have a clear-cut favorite. I mean, maybe Arizona State based on what they have coming back, but it's not boom, this is your clear-cut favorite. Everybody is just kind of stacked in there. But kind of back to the thing with Baylor, where I think it gets hard for Baylor when it comes to recruiting now that Texas and Oklahoma are gone, is with Texas Tech now just printing their own money. Even though it's all the way to Lubbock, I mean, I got to say, I think I'd rather go to Waco than Lubbock, to be honest with you.
Sure.
That's a tough sell right there.
Yeah, I'd rather do Waco than Lubbock.
Yeah.
I had to think about it for a second. Waco over Lubbock for sure. Is Lubbock still dry?
Dude, that is.
Not that I drink all the time, but is Lubbock a dry town, a dry city?
I don't know, man. But when I think dry, I think of barren plains and dust, and it's like that old.
That's Lubbock. That's Lubbock. I mean, it's dusty up there. You take 58 going past Post or whatever.
Yeah.
Or 250. Is that 258? I think it's 258 going up there.
That's why
it's a different country going up there. Hey, real quick, since we're on college football, right? And shout out to the late Mike Leach, gone way too soon, taken from us. We'll never be blessed with a unique soul like Mike Leach again in college football. But do you have that sounder ready? Not so fast, Fidget. Not so fast. Do you have that sounder ready? Get that sounder ready.
We can
because what I'm about to tell you, this comes from Elite Gridiron here. I saw this on the internet once my internet got restored yesterday. Once mine got restored yesterday. But Barstool Sports posted that Mike Leach allegedly once had to be talked out of putting a little person in the backfield and throwing him over the line of scrimmage in a short yardage situation. Now, I can absolutely see Mike Leach having that thought, having that notion, right? But can you see somebody?
Oh my God.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Oh, this guy.
In the backfield and just literally throw them over. I don't know if this has ever been reported on before or not, but to see this allegedly allegedly he thought about this and was getting ready to do this and had to be talked out of it. That is Mike Leach to a T. Again, he was taken from us way too short or way too early from us. I would have loved to have seen that. Just the type of imagination that this guy had, and just the type of liners that he gave us, the type of sound bites he would give us, man. Just a savant of awesome football, Mike Leach, man. I would have.
You got to remember that's the same guy that said,
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriend's too bad.
There you go. I mean, boom, there you go. I mean, there's your dude right there.
The great Mike Leach, man.
Oh man, that's a good dude. You know, it's
how much would you pay to see that though? Like you're a fan of obscure shit. You love obscure stuff.
Dude, I like that.
Would you be able to believe in your right mind if you went to a game and had Mike Leach as the head coach, and all of a sudden here comes this little person right onto the field? You got Lee Corso saying, "Not so fast, midget, not so fast." Is that where that came from? Is that where that soundbite came from? Was because he heard Mike Leach was going to trot out a little person onto the backfield?
No, have you actually seen that video of that one there where it's that little kid is with him they're on the game day thing, and some little kid picked, I forget who it was, and a little bitty boy. I mean, it looked like a Cub Scout. He was dressed in some kind of uniform, and that's where he said, "Not so fast, midget." And I'm like, oh my Lord.
I didn't see it.
Man, I got to tell you that New Orleans. Oh my God, when we were in New Orleans,
we talked about the uniforms yesterday, huh?
No, but New Orleans story with that soundbite right there. So
okay.
we're in New Orleans at Manning's, trying to get our sound system was not working. We're doing this big round table, and BK's over there sitting there trying to make the sound work, and nothing's working. He's hitting buttons, and you can't hear shit or whatever. And so it just so happened that our the person that was taking care of us there at Manning's was a short person.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And, BK is just sitting there pressing buttons, and either he or I, one of the two, just kind of wiggled a wire, unplugged it, and went somewhere else. And BK goes like
Not
this.
so fast, midget. Not so fast.
She goes walking right in front of the fucking place where we're set up, with the speaker right there at Manning's in New Orleans. And I said,
I didn't know that story existed. Y'all didn't tell me that.
Yeah. I said, BK, I think it works. So he goes ahead and goes.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Holy shit. What'd she do? Did she get a reaction?
She just kind of waddled along and turned around. She gave a stink eye. Funny thing is, I ordered a drink later that night that she brought over, and I think she put something in there because I got the shits.
Maybe possible.
So I don't know, but yeah.
All right. Where were you watching baseball last night? The Orioles were canceled. Orioles were in a delay last night. Weather delay. They'll pick it back up today with the Mets.
I watch the Astros. They lost again. Coming off of the high, and this is why I kept talking about to where it's like, yeah, I'm very happy with what the Astros are doing. I mean, I'm not overly concerned at the moment, but it's like you go and you beat every damn division leader that you can find and just pummel the Dodgers, and you come out and so far you've dropped 2 to the Guardians, to the Cleveland Guardians. So yeah, you know whatever's going to happen.
Guardians are a good team though. They're usually
they're a good team. They're a good team. So watch that again. I think a lot of that, maybe a little bit of just kind of coming off some of the high right there. It's about really all that I watched last night. I just kind of took that in. I was kind of home alone.
Guardians are not a good team this year, though. Sorry to interrupt you there, amigo. Guardians looking at 43-48 right now before we get to the turn here.
Yeah, they're struggling a little bit, and that's where I don't really think that it's anything with the Astros that I'm going to have a lot of concern about. If we see them go on a 10-game skid right here and kind of piss away that nice advantage that they had in the AL West, that's where I may get a little more concerned. But again, the AL West has to catch up to the Astros. So I think as many times as the Astros may stub their toe, the rest of the AL West is going to stub their toe as well. So,
Yankees did you a favor last night. They took down the M's 9-6. So.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, with the AL West, I'm more concerned that the Rangers are going to be able to start hitting the baseball, and that's what's going to be the problem for Houston.
Well, they didn't hit the baseball last night. They took a loss to the Halo, so
they didn't. And that's where I feel a little more at ease. But a lot of that
they
is
had a run, so they did hit the ball last night. They had 10 hits in it.
Yeah. You know, the other day somebody messaged me and said, well, yeah, you're all over the Astros. Yeah, win the AL West or whatever. But what happens when the playoffs start and you're not playing teams from the AL West? So it's like, well, yeah, that's a very valid point. But yeah, we'll see. As we get rolling along. Friends, Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check out those weekly specials. They're there. It doesn't have to be a holiday. You had the 4th of July specials and so forth. New or pre-owned cars, trucks, or SUVs. 7 different brands of those that you're going to find out there. 3 service bays to take care of every need that you have from the time that you go online or set foot on that amazing dealership area out there. How about some true testimonials from satisfied Covert Bee Cave customer?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
Where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Be sure and check them out online each and every day. If that car search is going on, that is definitely the place to start. Also want to tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. If you're looking for that ultimate home setup, whether it be a home theater room, whether you want a man cave or lady she shed, whatever you want to call it, our friends at AV Consultations since 1988, 255-8678, avconsultations.com. That is your one-stop shop. You're going to talk to our man, Tom. He's going to come out. He's going to take a look at what you have, and he's going to set you up with everything that works for you. I know when Tom came out here, he took a look around. The guy never took out a measuring tape, never did anything. It was just an eyeball glance at what was over here. And if you ever see inside my studio on that wall, that TV fits exactly in that space. The TVs behind me fit exactly in that space. And let me tell you, friends, the sound that you are going to get, absolutely amazing with AV Consultations. How about some baseball thoughts from AV Consultations?
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that Audiovisual Consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like Audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that Audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, Audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's right. avconsultations.com. Wags, I wanted to share this with you. Kansas City Chiefs, obviously multiple-time Super Bowl champion, odds-on favorite to rule the AFC again, even though they may be a little down as people.
Don't matter. It don't matter if they're down. They'll find ways to do it.
And here's another reason why. Here's another motive. Kevin Keatsman on Kansas City radio this week. 4th of July weekend, Patrick Mahomes and his lovely bride post a picture of themselves out at the, sharing some 4th of July fun. See right there?
No, I was not about Brittany Mahomes a couple years. Brittany Mahomes is kind of.
That girl got it going. She's got it. She got it right. I kind of like her.
I mean, she's a lot better. She's more attractive. For some reason, she's more attractive now than she was 3 years ago.
Totally agree.
Maybe it's because they're not showing like awful pictures of her screaming, of just like the worst faces that she could possibly make in passion, right, for her team or for her husband. But still, like these are more appealing pictures for Brittany.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And by the way, these folks do such amazing humanitarian.
I never knew Mahomes had a damn leg sleeve.
Yeah, I didn't either. But so what happened here, Kevin Keatsman goes on Kansas City radio and says about Patrick Mahomes, franchise quarterback, multiple-time Super Bowl winner, said that he is, quote, fat and an embarrassment. And I see a little bit of a
He doesn't have a huge chest or anything like that, but he's a quarterback. He's not supposed to have a huge chest. He's in shape.
Yeah, I mean, he said that this dude needs to get off of the fast food and go do some sit-ups.
Dude's got what are you talking about? Those aren't even love handles. Those are actually where his hips are. Those are oblique muscles.
Right.
He's leaning into her, so it's going to look a little bit, I guess, chubbed or soft on the one side of his because he's doing a crunch.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, I mean,
who's
Kevin
dude jelly. I sense a lot of jelly coming from that dude.
This is Kevin Keitzman. I don't know what his name is, but he's a one of those radio guys, sports guy radio in Kansas City, and he said, he's fat and an embarrassment.
I think he's just looking to get some attention. That's all.
Man,
that's a good way to go about getting attention from Patrick Mahomes, calling somebody like that fat. He probably don't even give a shit. Patrick Mahomes ain't fat. Look, I mean, anybody that can see that picture. Yeah. Well, one, if you're looking at Patrick Mahomes in that picture, you're just I don't know what to tell you, man. You shouldn't. Your eye should be gazed to the right of Patrick Mahomes. That's where my gaze lies. So.
She definitely is. Yeah, you're right though. Brittany Mahomes has grown on me.
It wasn't exactly the ticket, a hot ticket, a couple of years ago. But yeah, I'm with Hunter here, man. She had a glow up for sure.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, she. So you think if one of her spots out,
Piggy, get out of here, man. Get out of here. She ain't.
So what you're saying, Wags, is if Brittany Mahomes got in a street fight and one of her boobies popped out, it's just going to stay straight up too, right?
Probably. More than likely. More than likely, those things ain't moving.
I wonder if Joey McGuire and them paid for those. I'm sure she paid for her own. I'm sure she paid.
What else is on the slate? I didn't even see your notes. What are we doing here? What news we got here today? What news?
We had some really good news if you're a Texas baseball fan yesterday as Ruger has Luke Harrison, Max Scruggs.
Brittany is winning the street fight. Brittany's going to be throwing that passion all over the place. Brittany's taking down the street fighters.
Brittany and Taylor Swift get into it.
Taylor might sing in the sleep, or Taylor might be giving the walk-in music for Brittany, right? But Brittany's taking down the house. I don't know how many right crosses Taylor Swift is doing. She might be
the girl in red.
Going honky tonk. What the honky tonk man? And hitting people
with a guitar,
hitting people over the head with a guitar, huh?
Guitar made out of what was that shit made out of? Paneling?
I don't know what it was, man. That wasn't a real guitar.
Remember those guitars? It was like, man, a lot of times they'd swing it, it was already falling apart. Like, man, what is that? Wall paneling? Is that what that is?
Oh, tomorrow it's Friday. We got to do the top 5. We got to do the top 5.
Taylor Swift be the girl in red.
I love you guys. You guys, I don't even know what day it is sometimes. Most of the time, I don't even know what day it is. You guys, we got the best producers in the world, man.
That's right.
You guys are fantastic.
That's right.
Love you guys, man. I love this community. Love this show. Love everybody that contributes, man. Thank you guys.
This is the highlight of my day. I mean, seriously, there are days that I can be in like the biggest
the only highlight of my day.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I mean, honestly, man, this week has been tough because, we talk about our kids a lot here on this program. That's what happens when you get, that's what happens when you get two dads on this program. This constant news of, I turn the TV on and it's like, you can't escape it. It's just horrible. Everything, still 161 people missing in Kerr County and all the deaths and so many children and just lives ruined. This hour that we've had this week is actually
been a rough week. It's been a rough week.
It has. And it's a little bit of an escape of reality for a little bit. But again, we are definitely thinking of all of those folks. Find yourself a way to donate in that some form or fashion, whether it's donating time, any monetary, any perishable goods, lightly used clothing and so forth. But like we said yesterday again, and it pains us that we have to say this, make sure it's reputable because this is when the sharks come out. This is when the sharks come out. So all the thoughts with it. And it still keeps raining. That's the fucked up part. It's like, stop raining. Jeez. Anyway.
All right. Let's real quick. Let's get to it. We got about 6 minutes left in the show here. Let's share the screen and get to the lovely wheel spinner here. All right. We have sex positions, World Series teams, racing movies, actresses, female coaches. Have we not done female coaches?
No. We did
Video
sideline
game,
reporters,
adult film stars, and dream cars, and top 5 play-by-play announcers. We also have best hockey sweaters to do as well. So, we didn't add uniforms here. I will put NFL uniforms in here. Oops, that's not in. That's not L. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, if we get the female star thing, man, that'd be some massive research we have to do tonight.
The what?
We'd have to do some
adult film stars. Adult
Yeah.
film stars. Well, I mean, I don't think I have to do that much research. I could probably give you my top 5 right now.
I don't know any, so I'd have to like.
You are so full of shit. All right, here we go, dudes. Let's spin it. Top 5 racks.
World Series teams.
You thought we were going to sex positions. World Series teams it is.
Shit.
All right.
Who cares about baseball? No, I'm just kidding. World Series
teams will be the top 5 tomorrow. Our top 5 World Series teams.
Yeah.
Remember, doesn't have to be the prereqs for this. Does not have to be our best of who we think are the best World Series of all time. That would probably be, a carbon copy 1 through 5, right?
Yeah.
It's
our
my
opinion.
favorite and Rodney's favorite. Yeah. So we invite you to bring your favorite World Series teams, your favorite top 5 World Series teams.
Yep, absolutely. And the other part, code of text line, Longhorn and Lubbock, and that's the nice thing about it, to where we talk about all these different areas.
Can Longhorn and Lubbock verify if it's a dry city or not?
Ask and you shall receive. It
That's
says
I knew he was on point, bro.
Lubbock is wet now. Lubbock's
wet because Longhorn and Lubbock is in that town. That's why it's wet.
All the women are wet.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Longhorn and
All right, what else we have to get out?
Back to that point there, Wags, about the good news for Texas baseball. Those 3 pitchers coming back. That's 20 wins right there that you have between Harrison, Grubbs, and Riojas. Jim Schlossnagle is doing something right. Absolutely doing something right if those guys are going to forego the MLB draft to come back and be a part of this program next year. So I would think that when you have that core coming back, I know that you had injuries and so forth and slumps. That's part of baseball. But I would think, and we're projecting way ahead. We're just getting into Field Steele's football stuff. You would have to think with that rotation that you would have to pencil in Texas as a College World Series favorite next year.
Yeah, but I think LSU returns.
Oh, yeah.
Too. I think Shores is gone. Shores is a sophomore. I think
he's got. I think he's coming back. I think he's back.
That's fucking scary. Where's Hunter at? Hunter, I'm gonna have to actually task Hunter out here. How many studs from your all's Go Tiger team are coming back here? I don't really have time to look this up just on the fly here, but I'd love to see this. All right. Anything else, Rodney, before we got to get out of here?
Only other thing, little NBA news. Devin Booker took a max deal.
Little extension there to stay in Phoenix.
Yeah, 2-year, $145 million. So per year, that's more money than SGA. Damn.
Per year, yeah. Damn. Took the max, and then I also saw that Reeves is going to deny his extension or deny his contract with the LA Lakers and then test free agency there. So we'll see what Austin Reeves can make a splash in free agency over the all season in basketball. Why is basketball off season so much more compelling than the regular season?
Isn't it crazy?
Right.
With all these moves right now, that's the one thing about it, where if you want to bitch about, well, we don't have a dominant team with salary cap or the collective bargaining and all that, it really opens this stuff up. Kind of like the NFL right now. There it is right there. You see OKC, they've got Chet. They extended Chet off his rookie deal. So, I
figured that was going to happen too. I'm pretty sure OKC is going to stick with their bread and butter, which happens to be SGA and Chet at this point. Right?
Yeah. Kelly Olynyk to the Spurs to lend a little bit of a hand there to Wemby. You got an older guy, 34 years old, big white dude in the middle. So a little help there for Wemby.
Way to go.
Will Purdue. That's going to be the Will Purdue.
Will Purdue's shoe was bigger than Shaq's. Did you know that?
Was it really?
Size 24 foot. or size 24-inch foot, and I think Shaq had 22.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
or I might have that switched up. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on anything.
So back in the old day, like when Will Perdue was in San Antonio, they still had like a San Antonio asphalt racetrack out there that would race on Saturday nights. There was always this big bastard that would go out there and watch the races. And somebody finally said, damn, that looks like Will Perdue. It was. That dude would go out there and watch the races. It's like, yeah, he kind of sticks out in the crowd. Yeah, Will Perdue.
Will Perdue with a big body as well. Very
Perdue.
big dude. Very big dude.
dude.
All right, Amigo, anything we got to tie off here before we get out of here and pass it off? I guess you should have that video ready. We got to show it to the boys. All right. That's the obligatory crosstalk for today, right?
Oh, you know it, especially with those two.
Especially if we're trying to get a reaction out of Mr. Scruggs here. So,
well, I think we gave, as we say in Mexican, I think we gave the New Orleans Saints ojo yesterday. We gave them the evil eye because we were talking about their great uniforms, the black and white. I like that clean white helmet.
They were listening to us, dude. They were. I mean, I am now convinced that so many organizations and individuals listen to this show just to get fired up and get their motivation and get their knowledge of what they need to talk about for the daily basis, right? Like if they don't get their cup of Rodney, or excuse me, if they don't get their cup of Ronnie and Adam in the morning, what are they going to do, right? So yeah, I'm sure they're tuned into our show on Texas Sports Unfiltered here.
Yeah, I think probably what these organizations do, I think they sit around in their boardroom, they listen to us, and then it's like, okay, now we can have our meeting because boom,
that looks clean. That looks so effing clean, man.
Pretty badass, man.
We harped on. I said, what do you think about we were talking about NFL uniforms, and which, by the way, we did get it on the wheel there. We were talking about NFL uniforms and some of their alternate renditions that they put out too, right? Just talking about, how classic the silver and black is. And then I asked, what about the silver and gold? What about New Orleans silver and gold? Does that do anything for you? And it didn't really get that much attention. Didn't really move the needle that much because it's kind of, it hasn't really been glossed up or enhanced yet. Right.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, an hour after our show, the release of their new upgraded glow up uniforms here, and this is clean as hell. I'm loving the white, the gold on the white. It pops. It's furrier.
Well, and what I like about it is what they've done right here. They've gone in and they're using their colors. That's the regular gold. That's the black that they trim shit in. I mean, the face mask being gold. It's their colors just in a different form. A lot of these you get the different helmets and the alternative uniforms. And it's like all these freaking crazy colors, the wrong shade of a color, the wrong shade of blue, the wrong shade of red. You talked about Miami, that damn slimy green.
It's not, and usually I'm a teal fan, right? Like I like that type of color, but it doesn't work. It doesn't blend in well with the original green grass of the field. And that's kind of why it's thrown off for me. Now, when Miami wears their white uniforms, I think that looks clean. It looks classy, right? But again, there's just too much teal, right? It's kind of like how I feel about with the Detroit Red Wings sweater. Like it's an iconic sweater, right? But there's a lot of red in that sweater. It looks a lot like a Russian team, man. When I think of the Red Wings, dude, I just see like Team Russia for some reason. So I don't know, there's just some sweaters and some jerseys that don't appeal to me, man. But this new release of the New Orleans Saints classic look, man, it's legit. That white just makes everything pop, dude.
It does, man. I mean, I've said for many, many years, I don't know why this stupid thing does this. I have said for many years,
brother, it's got a mind of its own.
It does, man. It's haunted. The Stormtrooper whites for Texas. I mean, to me, I love the burnt orange. I mean, I love the burnt orange.
Can I say that's why I love you? Do you know what I mean? Thank you for calling it the Stormtrooper white. I mean, that's what they are. They are the Stormtroopers, right? I get the icy white.
Icy white. Not that. No,
it's the Stormtrooper white. Boom, 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 boom. But we're coming to wreck. The Empire is coming, baby.
Yeah, and that's why to me, like even the Cowboys always wearing white. Yeah, those blue uniforms look great, but a good clean white uniform,
it just pops. All the other colors pop when it's on white. It just does.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like with the Stormtroopers, I mean, white. As I was taught to say, white jersey tops, white trousers, white socks, white cleats, burnt orange numerals. You know who that is.
Little Craig Way right there, huh?
Little Craig Way, man.
Little Craig Way action.
Here's a good way. Rodney,
dress them down, boys. Dress them down.
Here's a good way to describe Texas embossed on the front. I'm like, Craig, I don't even know what that means. He's like, just use that word.
What'd you just call me, Craig?
Yeah.
Hey, I see Jordan in the background. You got that video queued up?
Yeah, let's bring him in here. Jordan,
Jordan, we got the crosstalk. This was up in your neck of the woods. I'm going to let Rodney steer the ship on this and go
scared.
ahead with it.
Jordan, where were you?
This is what we do. I want to watch I love watching your face. That's my favorite part. I just like watching your face when Rodney asks you these questions.
Have you been to Frisco lately?
Do you want to bring Colin on too? We might as well bring Colin on too.
Bring them both on. Have you been in Frisco lately?
What's up, Colin? How are you, brother?
I haven't seen y'all in a while. What's going on?
It's been a minute. We got something for you. We got a wonderful little snippet for crosstalk.
Yeah. By the way, Colin, I don't know what this is either. We're going into this blind, so
going into it blind, but it was up in Jordan's neck of the woods here. So
put your seatbelts on and welcome to the party.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
Look at Colin.
I saw this. This is outside of what? Concrete Cowboy out there at the Star.
He knows the place.
Come on, that's my neck of the woods up there. Yeah, I've been out that way a couple of times.
Now look at the lady in the straight kick.
Watch this.
This is almost as good as the golf course video.
Oh, that one's really good.
Better.
We'll do that tomorrow. Watch the girl in black. Watch the girl in black.
Pay attention to the left.
Oof.
Now you can break it down and go in slow motion. Patrick has also provided a better link for the fight. Now Jordan, we have some debates going on here. There is a question of authenticity. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing augmentation on one of the ladies in the left because one booby refuses to move. And usually, that was one hell of a first blow there, right? Now, not this. Now, you're going to see, where is she? Not this lady.
The girl in black right there.
Not that. It's not that one, is it?
Yeah, it's a girl in black that her thing pops out.
All right, you're right. Yeah, here comes the scissor kick here. This lady with the leg sleeve knows how to fight. But yeah, now check out the lady that just gets tossed. Check out her left. Her left boob's going to be out right now. It's not going to be moving. It's not moving. Okay. Now she's going to get cracked. Oh, and the Uber driver almost got a little feel there, huh? He almost got a little bit of a tip. But anyways, a lot to dissect in here. We can let you guys break it down even further if you want. We just thought it's the obligatory go-to crosstalk. Your all's thoughts.
Yeah, that looks about Frisco.
Does it?
Guessing Frisco ISD, Prosper ISD, maybe Plano ISD produced those ladies. Maybe Louisville ISD at the Colony, something like that. Not too far by.
I've been at that Concrete Cowboy out in Frisco a couple of times, and I would tell you that video is really like a weekend occurrance. It's
nice.
That happens all the time. I personally, I was not. Let's put it this way. I was allegedly almost involved in a cop fight out at that Concrete Cowboy a couple of years ago for a bachelorette joint party where the bachelor ended up going to jail because of his activities at the Concrete Cowboy. That exact one. So yeah,
that's my kind of party, man.
Let me tell you something. If you ever get bored, if you get bored, just go to that Concrete Cowboy because they throw down out there all the time, including the cops.
Some entertainment. What's on the slate today, gents?
We got some recruiting, some Texas OU stuff, some, I guess, just national recruiting. Kids that won't be Texas or OU, but, big names that people might have interest in. And then also there is the bill has to be passed through the House, but there's a bill that was constructed, or at least it went public last night, that'll have like actual regulations on the House settlement, NIL and stuff. Now, they still have to enforce those things, but it is like an interesting new development. And, of course, Ross Dellinger, I don't know what it is, was who broke it, announced it or whatnot. He's pretty much steered the ship on all the reporting for House settlement, rev share, NIL, you name it. So we'll be going over some of that because it is pretty interesting. But, yeah, kind of all over the place.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
Sounds good, boys.
Yes, sir. Well,
all right, man. See y'all in the morning.
All right, fellas.
All right. We'll see you. Welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Colin Kennedy is filling in for Will Turboff, who is taking his grandmother to a doctor's appointment today. Shout out Will, being a good young grandchild. Before we get into some serious talk, we had whatever we want to call that fight at Concrete Cowboy was, but wanted to bring up this. For those who haven't seen this golf course fight, please watch it.
Man.
Don't really have much to explain. There's a dude taking up too much time on the green. He gets into a shouting match with these people who've been waiting and threatens to fight them. The people who have been waiting are like, oh, you want to go? And he proceeds to kick his ass. So much so to the point that he's grabbing him by his shirt and is just punching him. And he's going bang, 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 every punch that connects. It's a hilarious video. If you haven't seen it, just look up golf course fight. It's going to pop up. But apparently the guy who was beating his head in and going bang every punch is former NHL enforcer Nick Tarnaski. Never heard of this guy, but it's hilarious to think, like, imagine picking a fight on a golf course just like 12 beers deep, because the dude was clearly sauced, and you end up picking a fight with an NHL enforcer.
Yeah.
You know?
I would tell you this. The moment that I was watching that video and I saw him, exactly like you mentioned, grab the shirt and go to that form, it was like, oh, this is the wrong guy to mess with, because it's hockey fighting form, and if someone grabs your shirt first to make sure you're not going anywhere, maybe that's not a fight you should be in, and unfortunately our guy learned the hard way out there. But yeah, I haven't heard of this guy either. Florida Panthers, though, they know how to throw down at Florida, so tough loss for the fella out there on the course. That couldn't have been me.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna continue to keep the vibes up, Colin. I think you would enjoy this video, so we're gonna watch it. Saw this montage this morning of Gundy. Love this video. I'm gonna turn it up so y'all can hear it.
Looked it up, and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what all I did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life, and it was just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Looked it up.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Gundy's a trip. Gundy's a trip, man. That clip, when that actual statement came out, what would that have been? Last summer at Big 12 Media Days, I think.
Something like that.
I mean, it went viral, obviously in the state of Oklahoma, because everyone has their opinion on Gundy. But I mean, in general, it's like, dude, you have got to have better PR training than to admit wholeheartedly that you've potentially drank and drive nearly 1,000 times. Like, I know I've been around Gundy a lot, and I know that those poor sports information directors are fighting an uphill battle to begin with. But my God, man, like, at some point he's got to put it together, because he's given way too many viral videos these days. And I guess he potentially gave another one the other day. I haven't been able to keep up with Big 12 Media Days this week, but he's always on one, that Gundy. And I guess he's got to be, if this is going to be potentially his last year out there. So,
also, I mean, I think it's very interesting how, like, I've seen a handful of Big 12 coaches have basically been like, man, it's the Wild West right now. We need to get this rev share and NIL stuff figured out. Like, dog, just name drop Texas Tech, please. Give us the content.
That's what Deion did. I mean, I actually appreciate it, because Deion was like, yo, Joey's got to give me a couple of those dollars. And it's like, okay, actually, this is a good point. This is a great way to start the show. Did you see yesterday at Big 12 Media Days that Texas Tech, I don't know if this is their decision. I don't know what went into this decision, but I think it is a horrible one. They are literally strolling mega donor Cody Campbell around Radio Row like he's the athletic director. I'm like, guys, who was like, well, you know what we should do? Everyone that's really mad about this one guy paying for all the players, let's just hike him up and down Radio Row and make him do a bunch of interviews and brag about the fact that this guy's pockets fueling our entire athletic department right now. I was shocked at that decision. I haven't listened to any of those interviews yet either, but I've never seen that before, where a university program, what have you, is just like, yeah, man, let the mega donor talk. Let him strut his stuff down Radio Row.
He is technically on, like, he has a chair on the board of regents or whatever it is for tech. But like,
and he runs the Matador Club, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
right?
But like, even if like you take all that, the money part out, and he's just a chairman of the board of regents, like, could you imagine if Texas just sent has any school ever sent a chairman to media days? One thing I thought was weird, why did Colorado have 2 quarterbacks there?
Salter and
Julian Lewis.
Yeah, Juju. I think that they're really trying to play up the bit of like, oh, it's a quarterback competition. We don't know who's going to start. You know, Deion's doing the thing where he's probably trying to act like he doesn't know who the guy is just because it's going to help continue to draw buzz around the program even now that Shadur's gone. So like, I get that in that sense. And also like, I mean, I guess if you asked me who's starting today, I would obviously pick Caden Salter, but I don't have a definitive answer for you. That being said, yeah, like, I don't know.
He doesn't transfer into Colorado if he's not starting.
Caden is just markedly better, at least in my opinion. He should be markedly better. You know what I mean?
The whole it's like Deion, who are you fooling? You know? Like the portal, Julian Lewis can't go into the portal until December. You know, like you don't gotta be lying to him to keep him around like this. You can just, hey, you're the second string, you're a freshman. You know, like there's the reason you came here was because you thought you'd be the guy and be able to play early, but we clearly didn't think that. That's why we went and got Caden Salter. You know, but at USC, Georgia, any of these schools he's considering, he is not starting this year. Because, like, even if he ended up at Indiana, which was a pipe dream for the Hoosiers, they're still probably going to pay Fernando Mendoza. Why do I say that? Because 99% of the transfers you see, they know where they're going days before they enter the portal because there's been tampering, you know?
Right.
And the portal opened right after signing day. So I assume, you know, Mendoza still would have been coming from Cal regardless if they got Lewis or not. So I don't know. I just like the kids who have all the hype around them like that. There's so much pressure on them, and very few times will they actually live up to it, to the hype or whatnot, you know. And
I mean, we weren't the ones hyping up. I mean, we were trying to be realistic, and folks did not like us for it. But you know, like, I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole, Colorado quarterback situation, but it's like, in my opinion, I just checked. Colorado doesn't have a quarterback commit in 26, so I also don't think you have to run from that dynamic either. You know what I mean? Or like you're trying to keep Juju engaged in case he's afraid of who's potentially coming behind him. They don't have a guy right now, but Salter, like, I look at Salter and I go, if this isn't it, like, when is it going to happen? I mean, it sets up perfectly for this guy to finally become the player we all thought he is or can be. And on the other hand, it's like Juju could probably turn out to be a really fine player, like really good player at that. But I don't think that this should really be a thing where Deion's legitimately trying to convince his fan base, like, yeah, the undersized quarterback coming in as a true freshman is going to actually challenge the guy who's been at the collegiate level in the past and like played a ton of games at Liberty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't get it. But yeah, also Jordan, like, let's just be real. Like, I get your point. You know, Cody Campbell's coming around as like a chairman or whatever. No one's looking at him as a chairman.
Oh yeah, no, I know. But
they know the deal.
Yeah, but anyways, speaking of Cody Campbell, we're gonna get into this new bill or whatever that could be getting passed. We'll see. The Ross Dellinger, still don't know what it is. We'll just call him Ross of Yahoo Sports. Put this on Twitter last night around dinner time. Members of the U.S. House are planning as soon as Thursday to announce an amended college sports bill called the SCORE Act. Though opposed by many Democrats, the act is on track to progress further than any all-encompassing athlete compensation legislation. The act, and this is a whole thread, I'll just read each blurb because they're important. The act, an amended version obtained by Yahoo Sports, codifies a settlement, grants liability protection, preempts state NIL laws, and includes anti-employment clause. It brings regulation to agents and requires schools provide athlete degree completion, post-grad healthcare, etc. The act, originating from 3 committees, Judiciary, Education, and Commerce, has a chance to swiftly move through committee and onto a Republican-controlled House floor. Not insignificant. 2 bill markups, serious steps in the route to the floor, are planned for this month. Though many hurdles remain in its passage through the House, the act's biggest hurdle lies in a divided U.S. Senate at one of the more divisive times in American history, where filibuster rules require the support of 60 senators. The Senate has 53 Republicans. The bill prohibits athlete compensation. They may put schools over the new rev share cap and requires all NIL deals hold a valid business purpose and align with NIL Go's fair market value compensation range and the College Sports Commission's anti-circumvention rules. The act authorizes an association, such as the NCAA College Sports Commission, to require athletes to disclose deals and aggregate and share publicly anonymized data of those deals. Important, the bill allows establishment of a one-time transfer rule and eligibility standards, both under legal attack. And perhaps one of the more crucial concepts, the act places parameters and requirements around agents, most notably limiting agent compensation to 5% of a total athlete deal, which is fascinating.
That's a
Coaches
big deal.
Yahoo Sports this week from Big 12 Media Day, the agents are often charging 10 to 20%. The act requires schools to provide athletes with certain levels of academic support and out-of-pocket health care for ex-athletes within 3 years of leaving school, and schools are not permitted to cut scholarships for injury or performance. Longtime Democrat requests in any bill. It's also like, let me just continue. I'll read all these. And one of the most interesting concepts, the act requires schools to maintain 16 varsity sports teams, which so happens to be the FBS minimum of sports, likely a way to protect various Olympic programs under threat of elimination in the new rev share era. Yep. Another interesting one here. Schools that earn at least $50 million annually in media revenue or in media rights revenue are not permitted to use student fees to support their athletic programs, a concept that would chiefly impact schools in the Big Ten and SEC. The act permits schools to restrict athlete NIL deals if they violate the university's code of conduct or conflict with any existing school agreement, for example, such as an athlete striking a deal with Nike while playing for an Adidas school. So I'm very, very, very curious about a lot of these things. I guess we'll just start from the top. First of all, very curious to see if this will even get through the House with it obviously needing 60 votes and there being 53 Republicans. The valid business purpose, the bill prohibits athlete compensation that may put schools over the new rev share cap and requires all NIL deals hold a valid business purpose and align with NIL Go's fair market compensation range and the College Sports Commission anti-circumvention rules. Like, there was no rules to begin with. If this passes, there will be rules. Are they going to enforce it? That's the important part.
Right.
Also on here, the agent 5% thing is very interesting to me. I know several agents in the NIL space. Most of them are people that were doing like marketing or they're certified NFL agents, and they were doing that stuff before NIL became a thing. And then once it did, it was just a cash grab because it's easy and, you know, people are more willing to sign with people who are certified or at least have like decades of experience in athlete marketing. And all those people are charging 5 to 10%. I have heard of some kids or families having an agent that's 20%, but I don't know any agents personally who are charging 20%. But it is happening. I think the out-of-pocket health care for ex-athletes within 3 years is interesting. Schools are not permitted to cut scholarships for injury or performance. I think that'll be interesting because, like, kids will forever get pushed out of their program and into the portal if they're not getting it done, if they're not developing like they're expected to or like they're being paid to. That's just what it is. So I'm very curious if this passes, and that's a thing where they're not permitted to cut scholarships for injury or performance. Let's say Texas pushes a kid out because he's in year 3 and there's 4 freshmen ahead of him and he's never going to play and he's taking up dead space on the roster, right? If they push that kid into the portal and he takes legal action saying they cut my scholarship, push me into the portal because of my performance, like, how is that going to work? I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated if any kid or his representation would actually do that, because it's like everyone on Twitter online is going to be like, dog, you're wanting to stick around where no one thinks you're good enough or whatnot. And then the injury thing is interesting too. You know, like the first thing I think of is Darian Brown. I don't know if you remember that name, Colin, but He was like a class of 2019 or 2020 running back out of Buford in Georgia that went to Texas. And like within his first few months, they either found something was wrong with his heart or brain issue. It was something to where he was advised to medically retire and never play football again. Texas obviously took him off the football team, but they gave him and kept his scholarship. So he went to school for free, got a degree from Texas for free. And I'm sure that's happened at plenty of other schools. But I don't know, just a lot of interesting stuff. The minimum 16 varsity sports teams is interesting. Protects the Olympic sports or more of them. This part I don't quite understand yet. That schools that earn at least $50 million annually in media rights revenue are not permitted to use student fees to support their athletic programs. So I'm curious what exactly that means. I mean, I feel like I know most of the language in the House settlement rev share stuff, but not sure exactly what media rights revenue and permitting that for student fees or whatnot. But this part is fascinating. Striking a deal with Nike while playing for an Adidas school would be against the rules, and it wouldn't be able to happen. Like Jeremiah Smith just signed with Adidas. He's going to Ohio State, a Nike school. Tyler Atkinson has a top 4 of Oregon, Clemson, Texas, and Georgia. All 4 are Nike schools. He's signed to Adidas right now. So
yeah. Well,
fascinated to see how this is going to work.
It's pretty unprecedented too, because if you really think about it, obviously at every level of sports, athletes are able to pursue brand deals with gear or whatever you want to call them, on their own volition, regardless of what, uniforms are being worn in that level. And I know, like, for example, I want to say it was Fanatics that struck a deal with Major League Baseball maybe to do the uniforms. And it's like, in no other sporting realm are these athletes required to stay within the uniform rights that's being implemented at in their sport. I don't personally think that specific layer to this is going to survive. I just don't see how, especially because, and Jordan, you and I know this, these brands like Adidas and Puma and Nike and all these other big brands, they're seeing the opportunity to come into the college game and get their guys just like they do at Major League Baseball or the NBA. That's why Jeremiah Smith, Tristan Keys signed with Adidas too, did he not?
Yeah, he did. And he's committed to LSU, but is very unlikely to sign with them. More likely it's Miami, Tennessee, or A&M. And Miami and A&M are Adidas, and Tennessee hasn't. I mean, it's rumored that they're switching to Adidas. I believe the belief is it's bound to happen, but neither Adidas nor Nike or Tennessee has come out and said what's happening.
Right. I don't think it's a done deal.
Meanwhile, Texas Tech is also newly an Adidas school. They switched over about a year ago, and they have like the Mahomes brand all over their stuff. I do know, like, whenever Micah Hudson committed and signed there and moved in there, an Under Armour school for 6 months. But the day the Adidas deal went into effect with Texas Tech, they posted all this promo stuff they had one athlete for like each major sport at Texas Tech, and he was the athlete rep for their football program. And still, I believe he still had that deal when he went to A&M because they were still an Adidas school. They just took him out of like the Mahomes line or whatever. But I think he's back in, and now that he's back at Tech, I'm not sure. So yeah, to answer the question, DJ Dog, he's back at Tech. Left in the winter window, transferred in there, moved in to College Station in January, and then like in February or March, just left the program and was doing, or at least he wasn't in College Station for a month. Then the portal opened, he ended up back at Tech. But yeah, hey, if you're watching the show every day, I told y'all Micah's no longer at A&M the day that happened, and that he's going to end up back at Tech. And like 3 months later, he did, and everyone was surprised. But
I like Nathan's comment here. Cooper Flagg would have had to find a New Balance school. Yeah, like, okay,
hey,
someone
Boston College, they're New Balance.
I actually kind of love that, if I'm honest with you. I don't know what the deal terms are. I don't know how much money BC got out of New Balance, but if they got a good deal out of it, it's kind of a cool way to be like, yeah, we're the New Balance school. It's almost a fun riff to get some interest in your program, which I love that BC program as it is. But someone in the chat basically said something like, I mean, they're just going to take him to court. It's like, yeah, I mean, I think that's always kind of where I go back is we can talk language and all this stuff all we want. But for example, one of the things you brought up, Jordan, and we can go back to the agent stuff, whatever else you want to go to. If I go back to one of the blurbs you brought up that talked about fair market value and a business specific NIL deal, we knew that that was going to come into terms. That's been talked about now for a couple of months. That being said, who is the NCAA or what have you to determine their definition of a fair market value when at the end of the day, these guys are going to try and get the most amount of juice out of the orange as possible, because some of these guys, some of these businesses are going to be willing to pay them a alarming amount of money just because they want to and they can. And that's their market value in terms of paying for the player. And so I don't know how you govern a lot of this stuff at the end of the day. I don't know what terminology you're going to use to actually put this stuff into parameters to enforce. And that's what it comes back to, right? Because the moment you do that, you not only have to stick by that in a changing landscape, you got to take that to court, and everyone's going to take you to court. They always will. And we talk about this all the time. The players are pretty much undefeated. I mean, they are on one heck of a run in court right now. And I don't know that this is going to end the streak. What about some of this terminology indicates this is actually going to be able to be followed through?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see. I think this is very interesting, and I'm with you. Like, the market value thing is such horseshit because, like, your value can be 10 times as much to one school than the other just because they need you that bad, you know?
Exactly.
But
exactly.
This part's interesting about the clearinghouse. So this is Dellinger again. This is from Tuesday. He said, of more than 1,200 deals submitted to the clearinghouse, about 1/3 were approved, several remain under review, and about 80 were denied and can be resubmitted. No deals have advanced past the second denial and into the arbitration appeals process, Jeff Kessler tells Yahoo Sports. So, I mean, dog, if 2/3 are in a limbo, and apparently, like, there's agents in the comment section of this tweet being like, we've been waiting 3 weeks to hear back, and I've heard nothing. And we're in summer where nothing is going on. How is this shit going to work in the portal when these agents and kids are going to be asking, hey, we need this guaranteed and in writing that the deal will get approved now? They have to say, oh, well, it's going to be 3.5 weeks till the clearinghouse gets back to us. And the agent's like, well, dog, we got to enroll in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You know,
and 3.5 weeks might be like the earliest, you know, like some of these deals are apparently just sitting out there. None of them have actually been acted on. And the timelines are up in the air, and like, that's not going to fly, because at that point you're taking money out of people's pockets, and that's a quick way to go to court, you know?
And Antoine has a question. Should there be a salary cap in college football? I mean,
there will be, we think.
I guess, but like, it's just so stupid. There shouldn't be a salary cap. I get that there's a cap for the money the schools can give out, and that protects them from like still being able to profit or make money. But like, let's say they cap it. Hey, with rev share and NIL combined, y'all can't have a roster worth more than $30 million. Guess what? Under the table money. You know, like there's always going to be ways to figure it out. So
fair third-party NIL business deals, that are of appropriate market value. That I still don't know how we're going to determine that.
Yeah, but like, I think more schools should be doing the employee loophole. I know of there's a big time SEC program, not Texas, but an agent I talked to the other day was he was out golfing with some big time boosters of an SEC program and like the assistant GM, right? And he has done a fair amount of deals with that school and players that have ended up at that school or transferred in or out. He's got I guess a long-term relationship with those guys. And he was asking them, like, how are y'all, doing this? And they're like, well, we each have like 10 kids, 10 football players employed at our business, and that's how we're doing it. We're doing the employee loophole, which I've talked about several times. Basically, if you were a booster, no, it wasn't Hugh Freeze. If it was Hugh Freeze and Auburn, I wouldn't have used the term golfing because I would have given it away. But it wasn't him. I can tell you that.
We're also talking about recruiting.
Yeah, he hasn't been doing that much lately. But but the employee loophole, if you're a booster who's not affiliated with the collective and you have a business, your name can be on this business. You can be the owner. You can employ football, like let's say I'm a Texas booster, but I'm not affiliated with the collective. I can hire Anthony Hill to be my paid intern, and I can pay him $100,000 a month. And he doesn't actually have to show up or do anything, but I'd send him the money. And there's nothing the NCAA can do about that because I'm paying him to be an employee for a job. I'm not paying him because I want his name, image, and likeness rights. He's not showing up. I'm just paying him because it's a job and he's working for me. Mm-hmm. And there's also, if it is a booster affiliated with the collective, they can still do the same thing. You just like make it to where an LLC that's in Wyoming and it's called Colin Kennedy Productions or whatever, or Texas Sports Unfiltered Productions, and that owns the restaurant or business that employs the kid. There's nothing they can do. If the NCAA ever looks into that, it's like, oh, this belongs to a Wyoming LLC, and that's that. So several SEC schools are already doing that. I think that'll become pretty popular. I don't know how they're going to figure out a way to police or enforce anything on that because they can't really do anything right now on that. The NCAA can't. And then also like the under the table bags, the cash bags, the crypto bags, those are all back too. There's a lot of dirty money flying around, but yeah. Yeah, DJ Dog. I saw you talking about Oregon. I was going to let you figure it out, but yeah, so it's been pretty hectic lately.
Do you have any thoughts, by the way, before we get out of this topic, just because you and I talk to a decent amount of agents these days, do you have any additional thoughts on the enforcement of the agent fee of 5%? Because I know that off to the side, you're like, this is really interesting to me. I'm fascinated by it because like you were talking about earlier, you don't know personally agents that are charging 10 to 20%. I know of agents who live in our state that are doing that.
Yeah.
And I guess where I start with it is like, is this the weed out process we've been waiting for? Is this finally going to get the people that we probably want to be running these deals and negotiations running point on it all versus some of the certain individuals who are potentially enforcing a 20% fee? And oftentimes those individuals aren't actual agents. No. I just curious for your thoughts before we get out of it, because the agent thing to me is a big deal. It's a very big deal.
Yeah. I mean, I think they'll be able to enforce it because both sides have to sign a contract.
Right.
And if, let's say it's Texas and you're trying to get this kid from Mississippi whose handler is trying to rep him and he wants 25% or 20%, you just be like, well, screw you. We're not signing this until you sign the part that says 5%. And that's kind of it. And the agent or player doesn't get paid until that happens. And if the agent wants to play hardball, guess what? The player just goes and gets a new agent. Xavier Worthy had like 12 different NIL agents or marketing agents during his time at Texas. Like, you can dump these guys and go get new ones whenever you want. As long as you didn't sign like a 365 deal, you can do that as much as you want, So I think they will be able to enforce that, the 5% thing. And also, like, most of the guys that I mentioned, like these dudes who have been working in sports marketing forever, working with pro players or certified, they're charging 5%, and I've always done that. And that also is what has made them more successful than other agents, in addition to being certified or having all the experience. So yeah. But
I mean, it's fascinating because when this all started to kick up, I personally, in full transparency, was terrified because I was fully expecting the agency world to become a very difficult one to navigate in the collegiate realm because of how lawless and let's just call it what it is. There are a lot of shady characters that you and I interact with and everyone else in the industry interacts with on a day-to-day basis. I thought, okay, we're going to have a lot of agents come in These guys are going to have potentially some egos about them, and they're going to garner a lot of control in a lawless space, and that's going to be pretty dangerous for all of us. And I'll be real with you. I was completely wrong. A lot of these agents have been incredible to work with, but it's specifically for me been the guys that are NFLPA certified that I've really hit it off with in my time working in the space. You can literally find their information in the blink of an eye, call them and talk to them. And I've had a lot of open conversations, and part of that has been, hey, like, I always tell these guys, I don't know a ton about what you do. So many rabbit holes that I don't have the time to go down. And as they've walked me through it, it's like these guys not only are doing it the right way by the books, we need a lot more of them because of, again, my mind was shaped that way because of the quote unquote agents we've had, some of the handlers we've had in years past. And a lot of those guys that I talked to, the NFLPA certified guys, they're charging 3. I mean, it's like a 3% fee is kind of the industry norm. And I just don't know that we've talked enough about the fact that there are people out there who are just showing up, really doing nothing and getting 20% cut out of these kids out of the blue. It's nuts. And I'm very excited that this specifically is going to be potentially enacted, because if and when it does, it's going to make so many different things so much easier, not just for us, for these kids, for these college programs too, to navigate whatever's coming next, because we're actually going to have the right people of mind being the back and forth type running these deals. It's a big deal in college football.
Oh yeah. Like my first taste of like, oh wow, there's real agents in this thing. It's spring of 2023. I'm in Houston at the I believe it's called the Gosling Sports Complex in Woodlands. It's where like the large majority of 7-on-7 tournaments that are held in Houston are held at that place. And it's Shock Doctor Houston is what it's called, the Shock Doctor Houston tournament. And this team from California pulls up. And it's a bunch of freshmen. It was all 2026s and 2025s. And one of the 26s there is Julian Lewis. And, you know, the whole team's from Cali or whatever, and then he was from Georgia. He's their quarterback. And they also had it's this Polynesian kid from California that's now committed to A&M as Samu Moala or whatever his name is. He's a top 247 edge rusher. He was playing linebacker that day too. But, yeah, I went and dug through his profile and pulled up these photos. But so I'm watching him and, you know, whoop-de-woo, whatever. I talked to his dad a little bit. I'm still covering Baylor at the time. He's obviously not going to Baylor, right? And I know that. But that was in like March. I knew I was going to be covering Texas starting in 2 months. So I'm like, let me get in with him. Let me ask about whatever. And he's putting up the guard. And I'm like, yeah, he's not telling me shit. So after like 5 minutes of talking to him, I leave. And I'm walking out of the complex to go get some food or something at the front. And as I'm walking out, I see David Mulugeta walking into the 7-on-7 tournament. And I recognize him. And I'm not like, hey, what's up, man? I don't know him, but I know who he is. And he stops me because I'm wearing a 24/7 sports shirt. He stops me and he's like, hey, you work for 24/7? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay, Julian Lewis is here. Do you know what field he's on? And I'm like, he's right there. And I point to him, go get my food. I come back into the park, and Mulugeta's sitting in the stands talking to his dad and his uncle. And I'm like, God damn, like Mulugeta's a super agent, and he's out here at this fucking 7-on-7 tournament in late March at like 7 p.m. on a Saturday night to go sign and talk to Julian Lewis. And I don't know if he already had him signed by then or what, but yeah. And there he is, little baby Julian Lewis. That was the first time I saw him in person. When he pulled up, I'm like, wait, this is the guy everyone's talking about? Because he was like 5'10", 5'11", and that was when he was young. That was his freshman year, spring of his freshman year, and then he obviously ended up reclassing. But yeah, that was my first taste of like, whoa, there's actually big name real agents in this thing.
There was two quick ones for me. I want to say a couple of years ago. there was the winter window, and I was navigating some portal recruitment. And that was one of the first stretches of my life where I was trying to track down agents and get this stuff figured out. And I remember I would be surfing the Instagram follows of guys to see if they're following certain agents, random guys. I'm scrolling through, I'm looking, and I find this one guy, and I'm like, okay, I don't know how I get in contact with this guy. I Googled his name, and that's what the first time I saw the NFLPA database show up. And that's when I learned that you can find their contact information just by Googling. And I called, for the first time, I called an agent a couple years ago. And the guy picks up, he's like, hello, and I explained who I am. And the first thing he says to me is like, I don't want this to come off wrong, but how did you find me? How did you track me down? And that's when we had the conversation of, hey man, I work in recruiting media. You're getting ready to deal with a lot more of me the next few years because we're gonna find you. And that agent and I talked for an hour and a half about this budding dynamic that, like you're talking about, we're all getting into together. And then another very surreal moment for me was I had a buddy who worked in a personnel department in the SEC, big time, was killing it, had worked in 4 other Power 4 scouting departments. And we're talking, and he's like, yeah, I'm getting ready to get out. And I was like, what? Where are you going? Are you tapped out? And he's like, no, I'm just getting ready to go sign on as a scouting director for this agency. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, they're going to pay me to podcast and watch guys on tape all day. And I'm just going to tell them who they need to go try and sign. I'm going to get paid for it. I mean, we really only talk about the agents as individuals. We're really getting into the tip of the iceberg in terms of the amount of money being invested into these people finding these players in the high school realms. I mean, I think it was someone the other day was joking that they were out at the Elite 11 and there were a bunch of people out there from agencies just watching these quarterbacks go through the Elite 11 this year.
That happened at the Elite 11 regional last year.
It's now at every camp. I mean, there's I'm up in Tulsa right now. There's a big prospect showcase coming up this weekend. I've heard there are going to be agents at this thing. And it's there are never mega camps in Tulsa. And now there's rumors going around the state that agencies are flying in to go try and sign the top prospects in the state of Oklahoma. Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, we could talk about this for hours.
They're hearing about that Cooper Hackett Texas Tech deal and want to get in.
He's going to be there. He's going to be there.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Go talk to Derek Shelby for us. Ask us who is connected as a Tech. But I don't know. I think that's enough agent talk, whatever. Let's do some recruiting. So
do you want to answer this question from Jake Bayless? Would you rather be the head coach at UCF or Nebraska? Shout out Scott Frost for ruffling the feathers this week.
Yeah, that
to me it's Nebraska, but
Scott Frost, it's I'll have Will on here to just fully throw him in the casket. But I've heard stories of Scott Frost getting absolutely hammered, where is basically 6th Street in Austin, that version of 6th Street in Nebraska where all the college students go. And it's the night before a game or a night after a game. And it's everyone knows who you are and you're getting hammered and feeling up on college girls. That was happening. That was happening. And Will be able to vouch. I'll ask him about that tomorrow because I know he would love to dump on him. And he also, Scott Frost being drunk is the main reason he wasn't able to land Dylan Raiola. I'm not even joking. That was all Matt Rule. Yeah, Antoine, answer this question real quick, I guess, before we get into 26 recruiting. He said there should be no way Notre Dame can get Leonard Moore, Jaden Greathouse, and now the 26 guys over UT. So Jaden Greathouse, that was, I'll be honest with you, Brendan Marion and Sark's fault. They went hot and cold on him way too many times. They'd be hot on him when they felt like they weren't getting other guys, and cold when they felt like they were getting other guys. They always loved the player, the production, but they hated the verified speed markers because, to be honest with you, they were not good. He never went sub 11. He never tested and did Under Armour camps or 40-yard testing, anything like that. Never the National Combine. Was a great basketball player, but he just didn't check those boxes. And I think they tried several times to want to make themselves feel like they should go all in on him. Like, I remember the day Arch Manning committed to Texas, he was doing a private workout with Brennan Marion at the bubble that same day, and it never got reported. And that was the only visit he took that summer. And the only reason I know about it was because at the time when I was shooting a lot of like video stuff over at Westlake, I was tight with a lot of those kids, and I was on Great House's private Snapchat story. And I saw that. And so, yeah. And I mean, after that, he never visited again. And I don't think they ever really tried to flip him. And if they did, he wouldn't have gone there because Notre Dame was all in on him from the jump, promised him playing time as a freshman, all that. And I mean, Sark and Texas and Marion, they were going hot and cold, and he didn't feel like a priority. And it's not like he didn't want to go to Texas. Like, he grew up in Austin and South Austin. That's always where he wanted to be. But at the end of the day, he wasn't going to force himself to go there if he didn't feel wanted. He didn't feel wanted. So that's what happened there. And then Leonard Moore, on the other hand, I can't really go into the full details right now. I was probably going to wait till he was drafted. But that one has to deal with kind of some political stuff at Texas. I'm not even joking. It's a long, long story there. But we will talk about that in 2 years when he's drafted. And we'll leave it at that. But yeah, so some recruiting stuff. Several Texas targets, Oklahoma targets, or just big name national recruits are coming off the board today. For
Carson
Texas,
Crawford.
Yeah. So for Texas, Jamarion Carlton is one to watch. I've seen the buzz today on Texas. Still strongly believe he's going to Baylor. I've talked to several sources in Temple this morning. I've been working with other people in the company on this one. There's a strong belief he's going to commit to Baylor when he announces his commitment at 4 p.m. today at Temple High School. So I know it seemed like there might be some last minute buzz for Texas, but I don't see it happening. And still like Baylor. So that's pretty much it for that one. Some of these other names, Lamar Brown and LSU, it really doesn't matter because he's going to visit the other program throughout the fall and will probably sign with the other program on signing day. But yeah, A&M or LSU, Texas, it would be extremely surprising if they were the hat today. I mean, we're not expecting that by any means. Carson Crawford, I have no idea with that one. I figure Colorado.
Yeah.
Barf.
Yeah.
That pisses me off so much. Texas should recruit him with how screwed they are at linebacker.
So I was going to say this pretty much the same way about Jamarion Carlton. December is a long ways away. December is a long
Jamarion's
ways
a
away.
different kid than Lamar Brown is.
Oh, I know, but I'm just telling you what I've heard. And the same would go for Carson Crawford as well. I feel like Carson, for example, is going to be one that Power Fours are going to watch the senior tape and go, what are we doing? Like, guys, wake up in the scouting department. What are we missing here? But yeah, he was one that he was committed to Texas State, decommitted. I guess Texas State sent out a few too many outside linebacker offers. Tulsa tried to get in the mix, and now Colorado, they hosted him on an OV not too long ago. Lamar Brown, like you mentioned, But Jamarion Carlton, Baylor's got a chance to go on a run, man. They've got a chance to go on a run over the next week or so. And if they kick it off with Jamarion Carlton, that'd be a pretty big get.
Yeah. Okay, the reason I say Jamarion and Lamar Brown are different is because, like, if Lamar Brown commits to LSU today, like, when he visits A&M in week 2 of the season, he's going to be like, hey, I'm in Aggie land. Let me know. Is this home? And it's going to be like the thumbs up emoji with the eyes emoji. And then the next day, he'll be like, nah, I'm sticking with the Boot Boys. And it'll be like a photo of him on an LSU official visit in his LSU. Like, he's going to do that up until signing day. Jamarion Carlton, if he commits to Baylor today like we expect and Texas ends up sneaking him on campus, he is not tweeting anything like that. We are finding out by watching him walk into the stadium or seeing him on the field in warmups, or someone at Texas tells us. But Jamarion isn't going to take it to Twitter and hype it up and, play the leverage game with the bag. That's not how he's operated this far.
Yeah, I'm certainly not talking about that dynamic.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more so discussing the fact that, if Jamarion Carlton commits to Baylor today, it's going to be really hard for the likes of Texas and whoever else to sit on their hands through the rest of the fall, knowing that a elite defensive lineman in their neck of the woods is down the street and they don't necessarily have to do too much to at least make things interesting. So we'll see.
It's also funny to me, like, to be honest with you, Baylor just did a better job in this recruitment. They did. Texas went hot and cold throughout the spring. In that time period between when the season ended and before Alan Clark was hired, he didn't get hit up that much from Texas. Meanwhile, Baylor has called him like every single day for a year straight, and the entire staff talks to him all that. And he's the number one guy and has been the number one guy for them, regardless of position on the board. Whereas, I mean, at Texas, like, trust me, I love Jamarion. I think I'm higher on him than anyone else in this industry, but like, at most, I think has been edge number 2 on the board, you know? And that's fine. He's still a really good player, but like, the priority level these two schools recruited him at is night and day. And they communicated more. They can sell early playing time. And I see everyone being like, well, Baylor's like closer. It's the local team. Bro, Waco's like 40 minutes from Temple. Texas is like an hour, less than. It's about the same. It is slightly closer to Baylor. That is correct. But like, I've spent more time in Temple than anyone in this industry has. And that's not a Baylor town. That's not a Texas town. It's just a town. Like that town doesn't root for anyone specifically. And to be honest with you, most of the kids that I've covered that come out of there hate Texas. Micah Hudson did not grow up a fan of Texas. Neither did Torian York, Javion Wilcox, Selman Bridges. None of those kids did. Jamarion Carlton kind of did to some degree, but I mean, it's not like that was going to be the reason he was going to go there. He was still going to have to get recruited. So that part's interesting. But Samari Matthews, he's announcing tomorrow on Friday. Is down to South Carolina, Texas, Miami, and Florida State. He's not going to Miami or Florida State. It'll be Texas or South Carolina. We have a lot of confidence in Texas. In fact, this is probably the player we're most confident about ending up at Texas in the next few weeks. If they were to land him, they'll probably close up shop at corner recruiting. They already have Hayward Howard Jr. committed out of Louisiana. And then, Samari Matthews would be the second corner. And then they also have Jermaine Bishop, who I think is more likely to end up as a receiver in Austin than corner, but he can do both, so you got to remember that. Yaheem Riley brings a lot of versatility, but I doubt they'll stick him at corner. I think he's a nickel or safety. And then Devon Benjamin, he's kind of the big-name DB left on the board after Matthews comes off it tomorrow. And Benjamin he's being pursued to play like basically what Jahdae Barron did. Texas is telling him, we think you're our next Jahdae Barron. You can be corner, nickel, safety here. We're going to play you all around. And they're taking him as a defensive back and not as a corner or a safety. And it's also interesting because, like, we have Devon Benjamin ranked as a safety. On3 has him as a corner, So very versatile kid. And, is thought of as the best defensive back on the West Coast and has been since his sophomore year. That's in a scouting report. Nathan, see your comment here on Nakos. We'll have to check that out after we get off air. Antoine said, is Jelani McDonald expected to start at nickel? Is Derek Williams healthy enough for game 1? I think Derek Williams should be healthy enough. He's gone through some stuff this spring, or I believe actually most stuff this spring. So I'm expecting him to play game 1. Jelani McDonald at nickel will be interesting. I think that might have to be decided on through fall camp because right now, Wardell Mack, Grayson Littleton are kind of the first two on the depth chart at the position, and McDonald's been at safety, but they're also going to play Jelani at nickel throughout, fall camp and into the season. So I think it's probably going to come down to personnel, what's on the field, because, he's like a 6'3", 200-plus pounder that's physical and in the box. If Ohio State's running the ball, you probably want him at nickel rather than Wardell Mack or Grayson Littleton. But if, I don't know, they stick Brandon Ennis or Carnell Tate in the slot, you might want someone who can run better and Jelani back deep to roam. So I think it'll come down to personnel. I think he's going to get nickel snaps and safety snaps. And, probably in game 1, it'll be a mix of both depending on what Ohio State is running. Antoine, they pretty much are. And you can't forget about Jonah Williams either. He's obviously very talented, but they have significant dollars invested in him, and you don't pay 7 figures for that player to sit on the bench, especially when it's like a non-O-line position where you can rotate those guys. So Jonah Williams is going to play this year, and will probably somehow work his way into the second team. Like I doubt he's going to have the lowest snap count amongst the safeties, is what I should say. And then Warren Roberson, he's with the corners. So right now it's Malik Muhammad. He has his spot, obviously. No one's going to unseat him as a starter. And then on the opposite side, Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, and Jalen Gilbo are kind of fighting for that. I think it'll end up being Gilbo and Black on one side, and then they're just going to make Warren Malik Muhammad's backup. But we'll see. He's going to play, physical player. And I mean, also, like, I think we're going to see more rotating at a lot of positions than we ever have, especially in the secondary because of Dwayne Aquina. The way they're going to change the secondary a little bit, less corners and safeties, more just defensive backs where everyone's cross-trained, like it was in Aquina's first stint at Texas. And then also because, like, man, they've gone to the playoffs the last 2 seasons in a row. They know just how long these seasons are. And if they do what they did last year and they actually make it to the championship game this time, that would be a 16-game schedule, an NFL schedule. So, I mean, Sarkis talked about that. I think we're going to see the freshmen and the second and third stringers play almost the entire second half for Sam Houston State, San Jose State, in UTEP, or at least they'll get as much burn as they can, just because you want those players ready in case someone gets hurt. For example, the backup left tackle right now is Nick Brooks, who's a true freshman. If Trevor Gooseby goes down, they are fucked. Like, not completely. Arch Manning's mobile, and it's not like it'll be the worst left tackle Texas has started in my lifetime. I firmly believe that. But you never want a true freshman starting a left tackle. As good as Kelvin Banks was, that's not supposed to happen. That's not a regular thing. And it would be very unfair to expect Nick Brooks to be able to play close to that level as a true freshman at left tackle. So what I'm trying to say, though, Gooseby plays the Ohio State game, and as soon as you can in those 3 non-conference games that Texas should score 50 points in, Nick Brooks needs to be coming in the third quarter because he needs as many snaps as possible in case you get in that nightmare scenario and Gooseby goes down. So I think there's going to be a lot of rotating and a diverse snap count, in each room. So, yeah. Okay, Antoine, I gotcha. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, I could see Kobe Black starting over Gilbo. They're going to rotate, though, but I struggle to see Roberson starting. The corner starters will be Manny and then Kobe or Jalen Gilbo. It'll be one of those two opposite of Manny. But yeah, Colin, real quick before we get out of here, I got to ask you about OU. Obviously, Bo Bentley's the headliner, but I'm pulling up the class right now. Outside of Bo Bentley, who is your favorite prospect in the group? And let me know if you want me to scroll.
I really like Deacon Schmidt. I think that's a heck of a get. Guy out of Colorado who his trainer is like one of the top Colorado podcasters. So that's quite the swing to get one away from Deion. They got Tyler Ruxer the other day. I actually really like him. A really talented tight end who I think, honestly, we would have. I was talking about this with someone the other day. We'd probably have him higher up if we had a little bit more context on him. And, yeah, I think there's a couple of really solid players. Related to Texas, Jake Kroll drops a top 3 the other day of Texas, Oklahoma, Ole Miss.
Yeah, no Florida.
That's a big deal. Obviously, the Gators were the childhood dream school, and now the Gators are out. So I think that one goes Oklahoma's direction, at least for the time being. We'll see what Texas does over the next few weeks. I know Ole Miss is really trying. Maybe I'm in the wrong headspace here, but I struggle to pick Ole Miss to win recruiting battles versus transfer portal battles.
So I've thought about that, especially with Cruel, but like they got Landon Barnes, who they beat out Ohio State and Washington. That was the top 3. Ohio State would have taken him at that time, but they fucked up. They did the same thing with KJ Ford, where they're like, yeah, we love y'all. We like y'all a bunch. And both those guys apparently were going to go to Ohio State. And then they pulled this thing where they're like, actually, I don't know, y'all might need to wait. Y'all are lower on the board than you thought. And that's what they basically told them that. And then a week or two later, we're like, no, you're the number one guy. We want you. And by then, KJ and Barnes are like, yeah, go shove it,
Barnes is a heck of a get for Ole Miss, man. But yeah, it's an interesting choice on their part.
He chose Ole Miss over Washington, though. But
I wanted that one to go UW's direction pretty bad.
Yeah, I like UW's class a lot. But like Ole Miss, though, they had to have invested a lot of money now to get that one done. I assume so, because he's a top edge rusher in the country. And you got to think, okay, what have they done in the portal? They've invested a shit ton on their D-line. Princely Uman Mielen, forgetting the other edge they got out of, was it Tennessee? Or no, Tyler Barron, he ended up at Miami, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, they got Walter Nolan. They got the edge rusher from Georgia Tech, who was really talented.
So my thought process is like, they probably are thinking ahead and being, hey, portal players are going to get more expensive with these buyouts and the rev share contracts. Instead of bagging these D linemen or edge guys out of the portal every year, let's start doing this in high school like the smart way. So that's what I assume is happening with Cruel and Landon Barnes and why Ole Miss is in there.
And to be fair, Kroll is kind of a different cat. Like, I think he's very much willing to hear people out. And I think what I've learned about Kroll specifically in covering his recruitment, that he's very thorough. He is very
they're on TikTok.
Yeah, you're not lying. On a more serious note, I have been told whenever he goes on these visits, he is very active. He asks a ton of questions. He is very much into like, okay, what is the plan? And he wants to know the developmental track record. And I personally believe that's why these three schools made the cut the way that they did, because Ole Miss defensive line dynamic skyrocketing, right? And like you mentioned, Texas, same way. And then obviously Oklahoma, that defensive staff, the way that they've produced defensive linemen dating back to their days at Clemson, I think that kind of elevated them over a Florida team that, like, Florida's going to have one of the best defensive lines in the country this year. That Florida defensive line this year is stacked. But as we know, the last few years have been a little bit different for the Gators, and they're trying to right the ship there to a degree. But yeah, Kroll, I could see Ole Miss winning out. I just feel like Texas and Oklahoma.
I think he should go to Oklahoma.
I think he will go to Oklahoma.
Like,
that would be my pick.
It just makes like you're like the TikTok edge version of Danny Stutzman.
Yeah, I have been told that like that's Brent's favorite player in
like white front seven guy from Florida that's salty is like tackling people in walkthroughs like Brent Venables.
Well, have you seen that Jake Kroll is now like training other kids? You know, I don't know if you've seen this. Kroll is literally like going to camps and training other high schoolers how to pass rush. And I'm like, that's a Brent Venables guy right there, to a T. But what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I mean, it's crazy because like Kroll drops at top 3, and then you've got Barnes coming in Ole Miss. KJ Ford's getting ready to commit like this weekend
to Florida.
And I don't know which way I want to go with this one, but it's like, if you're Florida and if you're KJ Ford, did either one expect this to be the way that this went? I mean,
no.
Think about that for a second. Like,
yeah.
A couple of months ago, if you would have told me KJ Ford's going to Florida and Florida was going to end up bringing him into the class, I wouldn't have believed you, man. It's crazy how that one's shaking out.
Yeah, he did do a backflip after beating Ocho. Of course he did. Anyways, we got to close it out here soon. Last question, though. Hanswan said, what happened to Calvin Carter, former teammate of Nick Townsend? I remember him getting offered. Yes, so he's a 3-star edge rusher out of the Houston area that Texas offered last June. I remember they offered him when the contact period opened up for 2026s, and staffs could legally communicate with them via phone or text or whatnot. And Texas offered him then. He has since transferred from Dekaney to C.E. King. So, yeah, but Texas isn't recruiting him. I don't know what's going on there. And it was a very strange offer at the time. When they offered, I'm like, this has to be to help their chances with Townsend, because I don't think they're ever going to take this kid. And he's not a bad player, but he's just not what Texas tends to recruit at that position. So, and I mean, got similar takes on that from people in Houston as well. But yeah, we're going to get out of here. Up next, PFF College does a deep dive previewing all 16 SEC teams going into the 2025 season. Chip and Zay, they're going to be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. Antoine, Nathan, DJ Dog, Jake Bayless, Patrick, JW Crunch, everyone who tuned in today, appreciate it a ton. And hey, we're going to get out of here. We'll see y'all tomorrow, and y'all have a great Thursday. Peace.